Good evening. The October 20th special meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Isles.
Here.
Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns is not here today. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis is also not here. Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Hedakaris.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly. Mayor Biss.
Here, we have a full quorum present and are prepared to do our work for the evening. The next item on the agenda is approval of virtual council member participation, but it's my understanding that no one is seeking to participate virtually this evening. So we move on to public comment. This evening there are nearly 25 people signed up, so we'll have precisely 2 minutes per public comment. We begin, as always, with those who signed up in person to speak in person, starting with John Alsterda, who will be followed by Paul Breslin, and then Darlene Cannon.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff. My name is John Alsterda. I'm a 7th Ward resident and property owner for many, many years in Evanston. My neighbor, Alf McConnell, asked me to appear tonight on his behalf and read a letter he's written on the topic you're taking up tonight. Without further ado, I'll proceed. Dear Mayor Biss, members of City Council, city staff, and Evanston residents, as some of you might know, I have been in the real estate industry for 54 years, a real estate developer for 45 years, and a developer and a proponent of affordable housing for 30 years. I am also a longtime Evanston resident, having been born in 1943. In addition to all the reasons previously explained, changing the R1 and R2 zoning legislation to allow for the development of 2 to 4 unit buildings will not provide affordable housing. Those units in the 2 to 4 unit buildings will be sold or rented at market rates. Affordable housing needs to be developed in a meaningful numbers to have the necessary economies of scale and to attract the necessary special financing, and be located near public transportation, shopping, services, thus avoiding the need to own a car, and to allow 2 to 4 units to be constructed on single-family lot as a means of increasing population so as to increase the city's revenue is a mistake. As population increases, so does the city's budget. Therefore, property taxes per unit remains almost the same. Additionally, we all know the shortcomings of greater population density and gridlock. For anyone supporting elimination of the protections of R1 and R2 zoning, they're basically saying, if you want to live in a neighborhood of detached single-family homes, we don't want you living here in Evanston, go live somewhere else. Gosh, that doesn't sound welcoming. Evanston should offer a wide range of housing options. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paul Breslin, who will be followed by Darlene Cannon, and then Linda Damashek.
Good evening. I'm Paul Breslin, and I and the speakers following me will be presenting on behalf of Evanston Action Committee, EAC, an organization officially registered with the state of Illinois. We'd like to address the comprehensive plan and present a realistic approach to affordable housing in Evanston. Slide, please. Slide, please. I'm waiting for a slide. Run back to the tech room and see what's going on. There, come on, come on. I don't want this counted as my time. This is a screw up. It's not my screw up. Is that supposed to be our slide presentation up there? I would have run this from my own laptop if I'd been permitted to. I don't want to waste your time. Let's stick somebody in before me and I'll know what. There, thank you.
This is a city that doesn't know how to produce a slideshow.
Mr. Breslin has the floor.
He may have it, but I'm his consul.
Thank you. All right. So slide 1, please. What do I push? All right. Yes, this is slide 1. Starting over. Hello, I'm Paul Breslin. I and the speakers following me will be presenting on behalf of Evanston Action Coalition, EAC, an organization officially registered with the state of Illinois. We'd like to address the comprehensive plan and present a realistic approach to affordable housing in Evanston. Slide. Where do I push? Okay. Yes. How do I get to? Yes. Slide 2, where we are today, we're on the cusp of voting on Envision Evanston 2045. Tonight, we would like to consider problems with the Envision Evanston plan and suggest an alternative approach. There are many questions about the clumsy process, incomplete data, unclear conclusions, and vague goals within the plan.
Other direction.
What the hell?
No, not that. Just keep talking.
Thank you. Okay. Go to slide 3, please. All right. Let's be very clear about one thing. We need and want to create more affordable housing. We will present a realistic path towards more truly affordable housing. Slide 4. I won't belabor the bungled start, misguided waste of time and money that has sown confusion in the community and even among land use commissioners and council members about exactly what has been proposed. Next.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Darlene Cannon, who will be followed by Linda Damashek and then Greg Hummel.
All right, Darlene Cannon, 2nd Ward. The big question. Envision Evanston 2045 seeks a blank upzoning of the city. Is this really the best way to increase affordable housing? It encourages new construction of large luxury buildings with large inclusive housing ordinance, the IHO, incentives for developers, but the cost of these incentives is shifted to taxpaying residents. EE 2045 cities some data, but what does that data actually tell us? Evanston is already different. The data shows that when it comes to reducing the percentage of single-family detached housing, Evanston is ahead of cities cited as models for zoning reform. We're already densely populated. Regarding density, only Berkeley, California, and its UC campus and almost twice as many students as Northwestern, of whom 72% live off campus, while only 50% of Northwesterns do, has a density equal to or higher than Evanston's. The off-campus student population presents a much greater housing pressure in Berkeley. The truth about new construction. Does adding new units help lower costs? Yes, slightly, but a recent PEW study finds that a 10% increase in new construction only lowers the average annual rental rate by 5% after 7 years. The average Evanston rent increase in 2024 was 3.3%. So if we had increased our supply by 10% in 2024, by 2031, the average rent increase would be 3.135%, just 0.65% less than at no new construction. No new construction. This is better than no improvement, but it is an extremely small return for an extremely large investment in new construction.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Damashek, who will be followed by Greg Hummel and then John Kennedy.
So, slide 9. Our population has been stable. It's been stable for many years despite the big building boom in the 1990s and despite a national leveling off of population growth. A 2025 study from Harvard University predicts negative population growth by 2038. We are facing financial headwinds. Regarding finances, the future is very risky. Property taxes are high, and an increase of 13.7 has just been proposed. Illinois has been running a deficit for years. Federal funding has been cut, and the Trump administration seeks to punish blue cities like Evanston and blue states like Illinois. This is not a good time for bold, expensive experiments with unproven results. Also, public transportation is in serious decline. Speaking of risk, much of Envision Evanston counts on transportation-oriented development. As you can see, local transit here is at great risk and may be facing a financial cliff. So why eliminate parking requirements when public transportation is at such risk? Our inclusionary housing ordinance creates problems that may outweigh the opportunities, as evidenced in the 31-story 605 Davis proposal. Yes, we get 20% affordable units, but the cost of the $40 million tax break to the developer is shifted onto tax-paying residents, and the units that we would get, mostly small, 50% studios, 25% one-bedrooms, and they expire in 30 years. There are also traffic and sustainability issues that come with such a large building. Some real numbers. So we have to think about this. Which is a better investment in affordability? Giving away $40 million tax breaks? No, we'll just go on to who's next.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Greg Hummel, who will be followed by John Kennedy and then Virginia Mann.
Everyone should finish their slide with it. Start with 13.
Start at 13. Just start at
13. So we have to think about this. Which is a better investment in affordability? Giving away $40 million in tax breaks in exchange for these 86 units, most of them small, which expire in 30 years. There's not a covenant there beyond that. Or directly spending $40 million to buy and renovate affordable housing long-term units, which gives better value to taxpayers and those in need of low-income housing. We've laid this out before. There's a way to do this, not the way you're proposing. What about expensive new duplexes and single-family homes replacing far less expensive properties? We hear a lot about duplexes providing affordable housing, yet real estate experts and developers have stood right here and stated categorically, including what Alf's letter said earlier, that the private market cannot and will not deliver affordable units in small buildings. There must be clear and enforceable language in the plan to prevent further displacement and gentrification of the kind that is already happening. Look at some examples. Third Ward gentrification, before and after. That's crystal clear. Anybody can read a picture. Slide 16, Fourth Ward. We see the exactly same thing, 451 versus 1.2 million. Fifth Ward gentrification. Next slide, 240 up to over a million. Next slide, same thing. Darrow, nearly $1 million. You're not going to get affordable housing with the upzoning that you're talking about. Next slide. $500,000 to $1.6 million. This is the evidence before you. Pay attention to it. Next slide. $165,000 to nearly $1 million. You're going to displace housing in the 3rd and the 5th Ward in a way that you don't even have a notion about what you're doing. And people have told you this again and again. Next slide. So you need to stop and do your research first. Next speaker will address that.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Kennedy, who will be followed by Virginia Mann and then Jane McCarthy.
John Kennedy, 3rd Ward. Slide 14, increase home ownership. Let's not forget home ownership.
No, back one.
Here. We said,
One before. Go to the previous slide. 22.
22,
This one.
20.
Start
Ah,
with that one.
now that I'm on track. So what do? Fact-based alternatives. We stop. We study what we have and determine what we need. We consider the vacant units that we have. We inventory all our housing. We survey the underutilized commercial buildings, analyze the impact of recently added buildings, and with well-publicized inclusive community discussions to define our goals and define population that needs it. Next slide. We need to set realistic priorities. If affordability is our top priority, let's fund it like one. We find money somehow. That requires Evanston to exercise fiscal discipline. We use existing housing stock, including naturally occurring affordable units. We repair and subsidize vacant units. Then we prioritize our low-income workers and seniors. And finally, create longer-term solutions by expanding land trusts, co-ops, and community ownership. Next slide. Increase home ownership. Let's not forget, did I just read that? Let's not forget home ownership. We know that the high cost of down payments and mortgages pushes would-be homeowners into the rental market. The increased number of renters increase demand, and that leads to higher rents. We have to keep families in Evanston long term. These are families with children who will go to our schools. So let's help families buy and stop private equity firms from outbidding residents. Next slide. So what can you do? Tell the city council to pause this plan. Okay.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Virginia Mann, who will be followed by Jane McCarthy and then Sheila Sullivan.
I'm going to go back a couple of slides to start. And before I do that, I want to say that this is an absolutely ridiculous way for citizens to be heard. You have a group of knowledgeable experts here who have put together an organization to address this issue. You have at no point allowed them a comprehensive opportunity to present. And to have to do it in this bungled way is just criminal. So I hope you reconsider this in the future. But going back to slide 21, in the 9th Ward, this house sold for 5.5 times the price the house was expected of the house it replaced. These expensive houses and duplexes may broaden the tax base, but they do not deliver affordable housing. We must create enforceable protective language if we want more affordable duplexes. And for the mayor to sit here while right on his very block, reasonably priced townhomes were torn down for what is being advertised as luxury townhouses at a price of more than $1.3 million each is so offensive, it's unbelievable. This is not going to bring us affordable housing, Mayor Biss, and you know that. What it's going to do is destroy neighborhoods. Today, I live on a single-family street. I got a call from a developer interested in selling your house. This is what's going to happen because they want to tear down my more modest home and build a $1.3 or $1.5 million townhouses, 5 of them. that does not create affordable housing. So I hope that you will continue to listen to my colleagues here, continue to listen to Evanston, figure out a way where those of us who have a different perspective can have an intelligent discussion with all of you instead of putting us through a circus like this to have our voices heard.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jane McCarthy, who will be followed by Sheila Sullivan and then Steve Test.
Jane McCarthy, 7th Ward. What you can do. Tell City Council to pause this plan. Do the proper research before moving forward. Prioritize affordable housing. Get the right data and analyze the cost-benefit outcomes of IHO units versus direct investment. Define our target population and our specific goals, and exercise fiscal responsibility in how we fund these housing policies. And residents, contact your council representatives now and tell them what you want from the comprehensive plan. Let's get this right. Evanston deserves a 20-year plan with housing solutions that are based on facts, not just our desires and wishful thinking. We need better, we want better, and we demand better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sheila Sullivan, who will be followed by Steve Test and then Paula Twilling.
So after viewing this presentation, we really urge you to reconsider this Envision Evanston 2045. We've presented a lot of good information tonight. The expert research is thoroughly documented and supported. Read this information that's been provided if you haven't already. Paul has done a lot of work, as well as all the other experts that have come up and spoken on our behalf, and we urge you to do that. I worked as a federal employee for 40 years cleaning up hazardous waste sites. And a lot of these sites were near communities. And as a project manager, I would review comprehensive plans for the cities because there was reuse and redevelopment concerns. And all of the comprehensive plans that I had reviewed, in some small towns even, were very, very much more thoroughly detailed, had a lot more data, and I could really look at those plans and understand how the city was going forward. And it was very integrated. And I hope that this large city with a lot of talent and a lot of resources can do the same thing and bring forth a good comprehensive plan that everybody can live with into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Steve Test, who will be followed by Paula Twilling and then Jenny Washburn.
Steve Test, 1135 Hinman Avenue. I wanted to read into the record here a recent letter to the editor of the Chicago Tribune by Jack Markowski, former city housing commissioner of Chicago. It's about upzoning on Broadway and Edgewater in Chicago, but what he has to say, I think, is absolutely appropriate for what's going on now. Supporters of upzoning claim that allowing taller, denser private developments would eventually lower rents on Broadway and throughout Edgewater. Think Evanston. That theory, a trickle-down approach to housing, depends on unrealistic assumption that private developers will build so much market-rate housing that supply vastly outstrips demand. In fact, in Chicago, this has never proved to be true. If it's never been true in Chicago, why would it be true here? In fact, in Chicago, this has never proved to be true. There's not a single instance in which development has led to price reductions in a local housing market. Wake up, folks. Led to price in Edgewater, read Evanston, a thriving and desirable community. This will never happen. Prices won't drop until the neighborhood loses the very qualities that make people want to live here. So you guys are hell-bent, some of you are hell-bent on doing to Evanston what they're talking about here. Wrecking a neighborhood, and what do you know? It'll become affordable. I read a recent article about in California, Governor Newsom came into office intending to build 3.5 million units of housing. They did a huge upzoning across California. Before all that stuff happened, California was building 100,000 new units every year. Now, after all of that, they're building 100,000 new units a year. You guys are all on the wrong path here, most of you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paula Twilling, who will be followed by Jenny Washburn and then Meg Welch.
Good evening. My husband and I recently returned from Seattle, Washington, where they voted to change their zoning to allow multi-units on any single-family lot. We stopped to eat at a local Irish-style pub and had the best fish and chips I've had in my life. But we were talking to the proprietor, and he actually lived near his business, and he told us, without any prodding from us, that the zoning change had completely changed the character of his neighborhood. He used character. I know that's been a bad word in the comprehensive plan. He used that word. He had lived there for nearly 40 years. He was telling this from his heart. They've already made those changes. There are already multi-units going up in these areas. And incidentally, his pub was on a major transit line, and we were having our eats during rush hour. And we looked over at the bus, and there were maybe 3 people on the bus. Everyone was in their cars along this street. Parking was hard to come by. So I think you need to reconsider what you're thinking about, because there are examples of what you're about to do out there, and it is not good. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jenny Washburn, who will be followed by Meg Welch and then Michael Lohr.
Since we're finished with our presentation, I'm going to be talking about something else in relation to new development. Evanston residents should be outraged by recent public records showing how Mayor Daniel Biss blurred the line between public service and private influence. Documents now reveal that instead of maintaining independence from private developers, the mayor personally endorsed and signed a letter that aligned directly with one of the developer's business interests. This is not the transparent, accountable leadership Evanston deserves. Through a FOIA request, we now know that the Vermilion Developers CEO personally drafted a letter for Mayor Biss to send to JP Morgan Chase, the owner of the downtown Davis Street parcels. The letter, written by the developer, urged Chase not to sell its property separately, but instead to sell it together with the neighboring parcel so Vermilion could move forward with its preferred large-scale project. City staff initially objected, saying we can't send this letter, recognizing how improper it was for the city to push Chase in a way that clearly advanced one of the developer's financial interests. Yet after softening edits, the mayor signed the version of the letter that still included language urging Chase to sell the 2 parcels together, and it was sent on official city letterhead. That means the mayor used his public office to advocate for sale of private property in a way that favored a specific developer's plan, a move that undermined the city's impartiality and raised serious ethical concerns and questions. By publicly aligning with the developer's business strategy, City Hall appears to have taken sides before any public review, zoning decision, or competitive process ever occurred. Evanston cannot afford to have private developers drafting its public positions. If this is how the major redevelopment projects are being handled, we risk eroding the public trust that is essential to good governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Meg Welch, who will be followed by Michael Lohr and then John Williamson.
So since our presentation is concluded, I don't have a part. I'm just speaking extemporaneously, winging it, so to speak. But I would like to remind everyone that some months ago, our mayor said that it was a moral issue that we had to increase density and we had to basically do up zoning. And I would like to address and just really call upon people to recognize that there is what is going on here is a different interpretation or different understanding of what the facts are about what will bring affordable housing. So those of us who have grave reservations about the upzoning, about increasing density, bringing in affordable housing, have really been smeared. We've been smeared by nonprofits that operate in the city. We've been laughed at by staff members of nonprofits, in public forums. There's been, smirking. And I would just like to really urge you to consider that, yes, when, an organization is called Connections for the Homeless, and they push a narrative, most people, of goodwill, of faith, are going to, they must be right. How could you be against whatever policy position Connections for the Homeless espouses? There are varying views among housing experts about what will bring affordable housing. Those of us, and I really think that you could sort of heal this polarization by really resolving to be open to other forms of trying to get affordable housing besides private development. Look at the tax circuit breaker, limited equity co-ops, and fiscal discipline so we have money to put into these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Lohr, who will be followed by John Williamson, and then Scott Roberts.
Now, I'm online. Should I go ahead? I'm on Zoom.
We'll add you to the online speakers. The next speaker is John Williamson, who will be followed by Scott Roberts.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is John Story Williamson, 864 Sheridan Road, a native and lifelong Evanston resident. I'm here tonight to urge you to reject the Envision Evanston 2045 plan. This document does not represent the collective vision of Evanston residents. It represents a top-down agenda to deregulate zoning and reshape neighborhoods without the necessary safeguards, fiscal analysis, or public consensus. For generations, Evanston has stood out for its diversity of people, architecture, and neighborhoods. We've managed to adapt and grow without sacrificing our integrity or stability, but this plan would jeopardize that balance, opening the door to speculative redevelopment, more teardowns, and density far beyond what our infrastructure, schools, and taxpayers can sustain. We are told this is about affordability, but history and market data say otherwise. Most new construction under these relaxed standards will be luxury rental, not attainable homeownership. That means more school closures, higher land values, rising property taxes, and more pressure on the very households this plan claims to help. Planning should be neighborhood-led, serve residents, not real estate interests. It should be data-driven, transparent, and responsive to the people who live here, not driven by consultants and lobbyists or nonprofits. Please send this plan back for major revision with real fiscal accountability, meaningful neighborhood participation, and a focus on maintaining affordability through ownership and preservation, not deregulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Scott Roberts.
Mayor, City Council, I just want to correct mischaracterization. No one in favor of zoning reform has ever claimed that duplexes are the cure for affordable housing. We always emphasize duplexes are part of the equation, and they're about more affordable. How we get to affordable housing is partially through the Housing for All strategic housing plan, which I'm here to talk about. I endorse that plan in its relation to the comprehensive plan. It sets the right North Star for us: reduce cost burden and preserve and create 3 to 5,000 homes by 2035 and advance integration across all neighborhoods. But today, about 35% of households are cost-burdened, with the burden falling hardest on lower-income residents. We need action at the pace of that reality. I have 4 points. Hopefully I'll get to them. The first is move from explore to do. Don't just explore these solutions, but have something concrete. And legalize gentle density by right. The city needs to replace vague verbs with specific time-bound commitments and to make multi-unit ADUs and other missing middle homes by right so small projects aren't stalled by discretionary delays. Pair that with anti-deconversion so existing duplexes and triplexes aren't so lost. Make the plan measurable and accountable. We urge splitting the 3,000 to 5,000 goal of create and preserve into separate creation and preservation targets, adding annual benchmarks by ward and standing up an independent oversight committee to track progress publicly so that it doesn't become a plan on the shelf. I'm about to wrap up. Duplexes are Evanston's classic missing middle, family size, neighborhood scale, and attainable. Saying yes to duplexes citywide and by right while preventing deconversions is a part of how the way the comprehensive plan's promise of equitable integrated neighborhoods can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This completes the list of people who signed up in person to speak in person, so we'll now move to those who signed up online to speak in person, beginning with Austin Kerr, who will be followed by Amy Lanfear, and then David Ivey. Is Austin Kerr here? Seeing not, we'll move ahead with Amy Lanfear, who will be followed by David Ivey, and then Stephen Hyatt Leonard.
I'll take my time and Amy's time. David Ivey, live in the 6th Ward. As a longtime Evanston resident, living directly across from Lincolnwood Elementary School. As the parent of 2 former students, I'm here speaking on behalf of many families on Grant Street to express our strong opposition to the proposed closure of the school and to slow down the process. We urge the board to preserve Lincolnwood as an active neighborhood elementary school and community asset, as do many others in our neighborhood and community. I have several points. One, Lincolnwood serves as the cornerstone of its neighborhood. Its location allows families to walk and bike safely, supporting District 65's own equity and sustainability goals. Closing the school would displace students into more distant attendance areas, increasing transportation costs, traffic congestion, and commute times while decreasing safety. This would be especially difficult for working families and those without reliable access to vehicles, as the majority of plans being considered include closing Kingsley and Lincolnwood, 2 schools located just blocks from each other. The focus indicates that the brunt of the harm would be borne by the communities that they serve. The harm that will result from school closing should be shared more equitably across all of Evanston neighborhoods. And also, if Envision Evanston 24 is effectuated, it would result in growth in the District 65 student population, necessitating additional neighborhood schools. It would be short-sighted now to eliminate schools that may be needed in the future. Academically and socially, Lincolnwood provides stable and nurturing environment. With small class sizes and a history of strong parent involvement, it offers individualized attention and continuity that benefits students' academic growth and emotional well-being. Consolidation would erode these advantages and create larger, less personal classroom environments district-wide. Financially, the savings from closing schools comes with a significant trade-off. We understand that the District 65 faces real fiscal challenges, and while closing school may initially save $1.5 to $2 million annually in operational costs, those savings are partially offset by new expenses, building repurposing, demolition, increased transportation needs, and the loss of neighborhood accessibility. Moreover, once the school is closed and its property sold, the district forfeits its flexibility to respond if enrollment rebounds due to an influx of more families. And then, can I just keep going then? Or does Amy need to read?
She needs to finish, so she has 2 full minutes as well.
You need to read. Reese, you want to read?
Yeah, it's just, the issue is I need to treat everyone equally, and so we haven't allowed that with others, so we can't allow it with you.
Just number 4.
Okay. Reese Heller, 2518 Grant Street. If Lincolnwood property were sold, the neighborhood would lose vital open park space used daily by families, children, and community members. The school's green space functions as an informal park, a place for recreation, connection, and outdoor learning. Its loss would permanently diminish the livability and cohesion of this part of Evanston. In direct opposition to the stated goals of Envision Evanston. Keeping the Lincolnwood property as open and green if the school board closes the school and sells the land should be a top priority in our view. The school board does not care what happens, as their interest is to simply sell as fast as possible and get out for as much money as they can. Likewise, any developer will see this land as a financial gold mine and build to maximum limits. This speaks highly to what was spoken to earlier before about affordable housing and not being the solution by building expensive units. Likewise, they too will take the money and run. As you know, this property is used all the time, all year round, by children at the playground, sports teams, summer camps, both city-sponsored and private, basketball players, people exercising, walking their dogs, etc. Even the deer and the coyotes increasingly use the land as part of their natural habitat. The property is contiguous with Perkins Woods. Once the property is developed, all the benefits of the open space will be gone. Not to return to us or future generations. We respectfully urge the board to pressure District 65 to keep Lincolnwood Elementary open and to explore alternative cost-saving measures that do not compromise educational equity, neighborhood integrity, or access to green space. The long-term value of preserving Lincolnwood and its property far outweigh any short-term financial gains. Thank you for your service to our schools and for considering the deep and lasting importance of Lincolnwood to its community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stephen Hyatt Leonard, who will be followed by Sue Lulbach and then Christine Bray. Is Stephen D. Hyatt Leonard here? In that case, we'll move ahead with Sue Lulbach, who will be followed by Christine Bray.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sue Lulbach with Connections for the Homeless. I was impressed with the presentation from earlier. I actually think that there were some very good recommendations in there around affordability, and I actually think that many of those are alluded to in the comprehensive plan and are included in the strategic housing plan. I also am a little concerned about the comparisons they showed in before and after pictures. Most of those are things that are allowed under the current zoning code, and we're hoping that the future zoning code will provide some restrictions on things like that. Regarding the documents in question today, we encourage you to maintain the strength of the recommendations that are currently made in the plan. We encourage you to increase housing supply as a primary goal, and we really appreciate the suggestions about increasing the housing appropriate for students. We know from focus groups with students what a horrible rental environment they currently face, in addition to the stressors that the student demand places on the non-student homeowners. As you review these suggestions, please keep in mind the needs of both groups of residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine Bray.
All right. Hello. Real quick, just to start, no disrespect to the first speaker's friend who works in affordable housing, but I was served on the board of an affordable housing corporation, and our portfolio was almost exclusively missing middle and small multifamily 2 to 4 units. So just wanted to add my experience there. So it's interesting to hear how the Pew study was misrepresented. I just want to read a quote from Pew describing their own research. I'm sure they do it quite competently. Quote, when not enough homes are built in high-income neighborhoods, like Evanston, I would add, people who have lived in those neighborhoods can usually afford to move into middle-income neighborhoods when there's shortage, and middle-income residents experiencing that shortage can usually afford to move into low-income neighborhoods. But residents of low-income neighborhoods have nowhere to turn. Building more housing, both throughout a metropolitan area and in a particular neighborhood, keeps rent growth lower overall, but it takes the most pressure off of older, less expensive housing, essentially mitigating the competitive pressure just described. Next, I thought since we're getting close to the end of this process, I would throw in a quote from the district court decision that struck down municipal zoning power. You all may be familiar with the Supreme Court decision, Ambler v. Euclid, but I want to read you the district court judge's decision. Quote, in the last analysis, the result to be accomplished by this zoning is to classify the population and segregate them according to their income or situation in life. The true reason why some persons live in a mansion and others in a shack, why some live in a single family dwelling and others in a double family dwelling, why some live in a two family dwelling and others in an apartment, or why some live in a well-kept apartment or others in a tenement is primarily economic. It is a matter of income and wealth. I can't afford a single family home. None of my friends can afford a single family home, right? If that's all that there is in a neighborhood, that is class segregation keeping us out, right? And finally, I'll close here with a quote from President Barack Obama. Quote, "I don't care how much you love working people. They cannot afford a home because all the rules in your state make it prohibitive to build."
Thank you very much. This concludes the in-person portion of public comment. We now move on to the online portion, beginning with Jeff Smith, who will be followed by Martha Klitsky and then Dominic Vaz.
Hi, I guess I don't get video. Good evening, folks. You want this over with, and I get that. But the question is, why is this yet another meeting full of so many amendments? I've never seen a planning process like this in all my years in Evanston. The reason is because this hasn't been conducted like planning. It's been conducted like a bill being pushed through Springfield. Instead of an open scientific inquiry, it's been the product of an agenda brought to the city by interest groups, with the whole process geared toward pushing that through, with residents framed as the opposition to be overcome. I can't recall a plan in Evanston that wasn't passed unanimously. To do things differently this time is not, as some assert, democracy. When we plan for land use that affects tens of thousands, we should plan in consensus because that derives from the same root as consent. If something this large in a community this small is done over the objection of half or more of the population, simply because one group has the ear of the barest of legislative majorities while others are treated as less than, that's not democracy. Project 2025 being pushed through by a scant majority in the current Congress and an overreaching executive branch is not democracy. It's bullying and abuse of power. We shouldn't imitate or replicate that. It's time to bring to the table those who were promised they would be. Please do what it takes to build real consensus and make us proud of how democracy works in Evanston.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Martha Klitsky, who will be followed by Dominic Vaz and then Michael Lohr. It looks like Martha Klitsky is not in the Zoom, so we'll move ahead with Dominic Vaz, who will be followed by Michael Lohr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, council member, city manager, staff. I'm speaking on behalf of Open Communities tonight in support of a comprehensive plan that guides the city towards more abundant housing supply. A denser community will contribute to regional affordability and will therefore allow a more racially and economically diverse Evanston. This is in keeping with Evanston's mandate to affirmatively further fair housing and contributes to climate goals, given that communities with denser housing have significantly less carbon emissions per resident. These activities, however, must be met with policies to protect incumbent tenants and homeowners from displacement. And we really do hope that the folks that are here tonight expressing a worry about gentrification will be with us when we discuss those policies, and policies to put public dollars towards, land trusts, co-ops, rental assistance, rehab, other NOAA preservation strategies. Other policies should be pursued that are included in the strategic housing plan, like impact fees and disincentives to deconvert multifamily housing to lower density housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Lohr.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I lost the video. Michael Lohr, the 7th Ward. I've lived in Evanston about 17 years. I wholly support the presentation by the Evanston Action Coalition, particularly their data on existing density in Evanston, which is one of the highest in the country at this point, and the percentage of single-family homes in Evanston, which is actually one of the lowest in the data that they showed. In other words, Evanston is already very, very dense, and it's already at the low end of single-family housing. So why you would want to all but eliminate single-family housing through the open zoning or the zoning right, I just don't understand. I think the point is to start this process over, do the analysis, gather the data. You know, this goes back to this survey that I bet very few people in this meeting or on these calls even knew of, much less participated in. I forget the number, 2,000 people, 2,300 people out of a community of almost 80,000 people. I just feel like it's all anecdotal, and I think we need to go back and do the analysis and gather the data. And you know, the people who point to greater diversity, I said this the last time I spoke on this Evanston, the 45. I could walk out my front door and I can see African Americans, Hispanics, Asian Americans living on my street. And I can see houses that go from $500,000 to $1.3 million on this same street. Evanston already has an incredibly diverse housing stock and an incredibly diverse homeownership represented in that housing stock. So I would just ask the council to go back, do the analysis, gather the data that should have been collected from the beginning, find out what the needs really are, and make a recommendation to the citizens of Evanston that we can all understand, read, and provide feedback on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And looks like Martha Klitsky just got back into the Zoom, so we'll conclude with Martha Klitsky.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
You bet.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight to ask why the city council has remained so withdrawn and silent while decisions about the loss of one of Evanston's most significant community assets, our public schools, moves forward at full speed. Schools aren't a separate chapter for our city. It's at the heart of who we are and what attracts and keeps families here. Envision Evanston 2045 should mean that the city leads and convenes when decisions affect our neighborhoods. District 65 school closures directly tie into what the plan says Evanston values: families, neighborhoods, and community character. I have 3 specific points that I want to draw attention to in the current draft of the plan. First, the plan defines the 6th ward by its family character, parks, and schools. On page 39 of the plan, it states Willard and Haven as key institutions, but omits Lincolnwood and Kingsley, which are also anchors of this ward. If schools define neighborhood identity, leaving out 2 anchors sends the wrong signal and undermines the very character the plan seeks to preserve. Second, the plan lists schools as part of the city's existing conditions and infrastructure. Removing infrastructure of this scale, 3 or more neighborhood schools, warrants a city-led review of land use, transportation and safe routes, equity, small business impact, and housing demand. That is directly in the city's lane. Third, Chapter 12's economic goal is to increase the number of families who choose to live in Evanston. Closing neighborhood schools directly undercuts that goal and weakens the tax base that funds both city services and schools. And yet, the city has been largely silent as this unfolds. That silence suggests that there's detachment from an issue that defines Evanston's identity and stability. Finally, the plan gives you tools, preservation policies, partnerships, including working with educational institutions on protection and adaptive use of significant buildings. So I have 3 requests for the council. 1, amend the plan text and map to include Lincolnwood and Kingsley schools as 6th ward assets. 2, adopt a resolution creating a District 65 working group that involves the city on a public impact and pause the closures to ensure that District 65 plans are aligned with Envision Evanston 2045.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment for the evening. Would the clerk please add Councilmember Davis to the roll? Councilmember Burns is in the Zoom, and it's my understanding that he has sent notice to the clerk of his desire to participate virtually due to an allowable reason. Is there a motion to approve that virtual participation?
So move.
Councilmember Nusma moves approval of Councilmember Burns' virtual participation. Councilmember Harris seconds. Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
What are we taking roll for?
Adding Councilmember Burns
yeah.
to the roll.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers. Aye. Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and Councilmember Burns will be on the roll for the rest of the evening. We now move on to the one substantive item on our agenda, a continuation of discussion of the Envision Evanston 2045 draft comprehensive plan. There's a large packet full of items for discussion. The first collection of items are listed under the heading consent items. They were selected by staff with the belief that it was possible they would be uncontroversial and unanimous. And so at this time, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent items. Councilmember Kelly.
So I'd like to remove some of the items.
Go ahead.
I'd like to remove item H7.5, page 101, chapter 10. And I'd like to remove page 114, chapter 12, economic 6.6.
Wait, hold on. Can you just back up a second
But
here?
not all of them have items next to them. So I'm going in order of the consent
It would be
agenda.
helpful if you could refer to the item number.
Okay, so the first one is, I don't know that they all have item numbers next to them.
It's the leftmost column.
Yes, no, I see that. So, okay, then item 1, on the second page, though, at the bottom. Oh, hold on. No, so H7.5. Right, so that would be, I'm sorry, on the bottom of page 2, which is section 1, item 1, if you see that, because all those are listed as item 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you want to remove a particular one of them?
Take that one off. And
Which one?
Okay, so on page 5 of 26 for item 1, page 101, chapter 10, housing policies and actions, 7.5.
Yep.
Okay. And item, after that, continuing, item 1, also page 1, next page 6 of 26, page 114, economic development, 6.6. Is that okay? And then next one, still item 1, page 118, chapter 13.
Yep.
Okay. And then I'm just a couple more. And then on page 120, still item 1, chapter 13, AC 1.4. And then going down a little bit further, 122, AC 8.2.
Okay.
And then page 122, AC 9.1, which is, that is, let's see, 9.1 is chapter 13, that's still item 1. And then number 6, item number 6.
Sorry, okay, number 6, that's on page 88.
Item number 6, and then item, I think that's it. Okay.
So 6 was the last one, or did I miss one?
Item number 6, page 88.
Yep.
That was the last one.
Great.
I have.
Councilmember Rogers is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have, I think Councilmember Kelly caught one of mine. The other one, number 6 and number 7 kind of go together, so I'd like to remove number 7 as well.
Great.
And then item 16. And I believe that is it for me.
Councilmember? Nope, Councilmember Nusma.
Item 1, page 65. And item 13, please.
Is there anything else in the section that is marked consent items that folks would like to discuss or have separate votes on?
Can we please have a recap of which item numbers were removed?
Extremely. So the following sub-items of item 1, page 65, page 101, page 114, page 118, page 120, and both sections labeled page 122. One is A8.2 and one is A9.1. So pages 65, 101, 114, 118, 120, 122, 122 again. And then the following 4 additional items, items 6, 7, 13, 16. So a bunch of parts in item 1, and then items 6, 7, 13, and 16. I would entertain a motion.
I move approval of the consent agenda minus items from item 1, item 6, 7, 13, and 16.
Second.
Councilmember Hadakatis moves approval of the consent items with the following exceptions: items 6, 7, 13, 16, as well as these portions of item 1, pages 65, 101, 114, 118, 120, and both bits on page 122. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and all of those items, which is to say all the items labeled consent items, except for the ones I just named, are accepted. So now we're going to go through them one at a time. And I'm on the packet where this is page 7 of 28, but it's also 5 of 26. All depends on where you start, I guess. And so this is page 17, chapter 7, getting around key challenges. And the proposal here is to replace significant barriers to equity with equitable access. Is there a motion on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I will move this item with one minor amendment. I will read it right now. So Evanston offers public transit options that connect the community to local and surrounding areas. However, equitable access, efficiency, and accessibility remain concerns, I'm adding that word, as voiced by the community during the planning process. Hopefully that verbal bolding will suffice.
Second.
Councilmember Nusma moves the following item quite similar to the page 65 portion of item 1, with the exception that he reverses the negative that shouldn't have been there. And that is to make it read as follows: Evanston offers public transit options that connect the community to local and surrounding areas. However, equitable access, efficiency, and accessibility remain concerns as voiced by the community during the planning process. Councilmember Isles seconds. Is there any discussion on this suggestion? Thanks to all who caught that error. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and that correction of the item in the packet is accepted. Now, at the very bottom of the same page of the packet, we have the reference to page 101, chapter 10, Housing Policies and Actions. Is there a motion here? Councilmember Kelly.
I'll move item 1, page 101, chapter 10, Housing Policies and Actions, build relationships with developers, renters, real estate professionals, home builders, and home residents to support housing development.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept the suggestion.
Okay, but I have an amendment I sent. I wanted to, I pulled it off because I wanted to offer, I sent an amendment.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see this.
I mean, I was moving it so that I can amend it.
Why don't you just withdraw your motion and just move the thing that you want
Okay.
itself?
All right, so I'd like to move instead the wording I sent, instead of build relationships with developers, I have collaborate. I think that's more appropriate. And at the end, instead of just, and it's in your mailbox, to support housing development, that meets community needs. Sure. So collaborate with developers, renters, real estate professionals, home builders, and homeowners to support the development of housing that meets community needs.
Is there a second?
I second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to replace the page 101 thing with the following tweak, I think it's fair to call it, so that it reads, collaborate with developers, renters, real estate professionals, home builders, and homeowners to support the development of housing that meets community needs. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Is there any discussion? Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and Councilmember Kelly's adjusted version of the page 101 edition is accepted. Now on page, just scrolling down to the next page of the packet, near the top, we have page 114, Chapter 12, Economic Development Policies and Actions. Is there, Councilmember Kelly?
So I'd like to move amended language. I've also sent that out. So instead of reading, let's see, streamline city processes for new and existing businesses, I'd like to add to that, streamline city processes for new and existing businesses and collaborate with local businesses to identify and address challenges that limit growth and success. Meaning that streamlining is good, but there are other challenges also.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to adjust the page 114 section so that now it reads, streamline city processes for new and existing businesses and collaborate with local businesses to identify and address challenges that limit growth and success. Councilmember Burns seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and Councilmember Kelly's suggestion is accepted. Now on page 118, the next item, Chapter 13, Arts and Culture, Councilmember Kelly.
Okay, I'd like to move to amend this to read, the city boasts a vibrant art scene and is dedicated to supporting special events and to maintaining and enhancing public arts facilities and programming that encourage artistic and cultural expression as well as economic development.
Second.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to adjust the page 18 suggestion so that it reads the following. The city boasts a vibrant art scene and is dedicated to supporting special events and to maintaining and enhancing public arts facilities and programming that encourage artistic and cultural expression as well as economic development. Councilmember Hadakaris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Nope.
Sorry. Oh my gosh, I've been
Aye.
here all day. Councilmember Hadakaris. Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and Councilmember Kelly's recommendation is accepted. Now on the next item, we're going to do the next 3 in a row on the page, by the way. This is page 120. Is there a motion relative to this one? Councilmember Rogers.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that this language just be stricken from here. It doesn't seem appropriate for arts and culture, and I believe we do address it in economic development. And I really question why cafes and bookstores are part of our culture. And this seems to me like something that would be addressed in the economic development and or the land use itself. Oops.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember, okay, so Councilmember Rogers moves to simply strike this. I believe it's AC 1.4 in Chapter 13. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So I would like to amend, I'd like to amend that to move this. I just need to see if is explicitly in the economic development section. I do think we should be looking at corners, at street corners to encourage activating street corners. So I just, could we table this for the moment to see if it is, I don't know that this is an economic development. Do you know if it is for sure? I think it's very important as a downtown alderman. I do want to see our street corners activated. So I don't want to eliminate if this is the only reference to street corners. And I don't know if staff or somebody knows if this is. So I agree the language is a little bit awkward about bookstores and cafes on street corners, but I do think there should be something about street corners.
Can we hear from staff on this question?
Or if we can move to table this for the moment?
Well, you're certainly welcome to. I guess if staff has a quick answer, I think it might be more efficient to do that, but you're welcome. Of course, a motion to table is in order, of course. There's a couple of the lights on. Do you want to let the other folks speak while, is that okay, Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Davis, followed by Nusma.
Why do we want cafes and bookstores on corners in particular? Like, what's the theory behind that?
Seems very specific. And other strategic.
I'll take an answer from anyone.
So I think that is one of the questions that was in here. I don't know who put that in there, but I mean, cafes and bookstores are great, but I think it's a little too rarefied in terms of what we're requesting for corners. But I do think in business districts, and I would like to see this about business district corners, activating street corners in business districts, but I agree. I don't think it has to be bookstores and cafes.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the direction this one is heading. I'd like to keep it in some way, shape, or form. I will offer the following suggestion. Remove barriers that prevent activation of street corners in downtown and outside retail districts.
Can you repeat that, please?
Remove barriers that, what did I say?
No one knows.
Remove barriers that prevent activation of street corners, both downtown and in outside, I'm sorry.
Other strategic locations.
In other strategic locations, outside retail districts.
Is there a second? All right, Councilmember Nusma moves to replace this with remove barriers. What did you?
That prevent activation of street corners, both downtown and in other strategic locations outside retail districts.
Remove barriers to activation of street corners, both downtown and in other strategic locations outside retail districts. Councilmember Harris seconds. We go now to Councilmember Davis next. Right, Davis.
What is on these street corners instead? Like, what are we replacing or trying to replace? I'd like to remove this. I think it's weird. I think it's very specific for no reason, and I don't understand like what problem it's solving.
I agree with you that bookstores and cafes is quite specific. That's why I've attempted to generalize the language with my motion. I want us to be open to unique ideas that we come up with, internally here in Evanston, or that we can borrow from other communities. And those ideas include doing more with the space that we have. I don't want to rule anything out.
I think Councilmember Rogers, followed by Kelly.
I have a question procedurally. My motion, which was on the table, this isn't really an amendment to my motion. This is a substitute motion. So I guess I would prefer that my motion be heard, voted on, and if my motion fails, that additional language then be substituted in, as opposed to ignoring my request to remove this altogether, because this is not an amendment to something. This is a different motion.
Alex, can you weigh in on that? I think everyone's happy with that. Yes, great. Go ahead.
Good evening, Allison Leipziger, Policy Manager. A cursory glance at the economic development chapter, maybe 9.4 gets at this, which says develop policies that encourage more galleries, performance venues, and creative spaces throughout Evanston. It doesn't specifically talk about corners. I don't know if the corners part is important or if the creative spaces is important. But maybe this solves the problem, maybe not.
So Councilmember Rogers points out that the motion actually before the body is a motion to strike this altogether, and that the subsequent items that were posited as amendments to that have been withdrawn. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to just, Councilmember Kelly, go ahead.
So I will support striking this altogether, though I would like to maybe add in, I do think corners are very important in business districts. So the activation of corners, I don't know if we have anything in here on that. So if we don't, I would like to put a statement about supporting and activating street corners in our business districts. So I will agree with striking this here, but. It would be similar, but with business districts.
All right.
And economic.
So would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to strike?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles? What, sorry? Yes. Okay. Councilmember Newsma? Yes. Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and the item is struck altogether. It seemed like there was a little meeting of the minds momentarily about something else to replace it with. Do you guys want to make a motion?
Sure. I would make a motion, but it would be wherever the economic development section is.
Got it. Okay. Do you want to hold? Shall we hold till then, or it seems like the minds are no longer met. The minds are unmet.
I think we're okay.
All right. Let's do it here.
So I guess the motion.
Yep.
The motion would then be remove barriers to activating street corners in business districts.
So I would not say remove barriers. I think we have a whole section. So I would just say encourage activation of street corners in our business in business districts.
Works for me.
Councilmember Kelly moves to add the language, encourage activation of street corners in business districts. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Davis.
I don't think that means anything, but for the purpose of getting through it, I will vote in favor of it.
Councilmember Kelly.
So, I'm happy to add language to that. Just, we do have a lot of street corners and they're glaring and it is really, so I think there could be a little more robust language added to activation. There is like active retail as opposed to services or empty storefronts to support, what do we say, support? I would add encourage and support activation because we do have an issue with corners in our downtown and in our business districts. When those sit dead, that really has a big impact, a disproportionate impact.
Councilmember Kelly adjusts her motion so that it now reads encourage and support activation of street corners in business districts. Councilmember Newsma, do you still second?
Sure.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers? Aye. Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language just described is added into page 120. Now for the first page 122 item, AC 8.
Clarification, that's
Sorry.
not replacing on page 120. That's in the economic development section when we get to that, wherever that falls in.
Thank you. You're right. My mistake. I appreciate that. That language just stated is added in the economic development section where it fits. Thank you. Now, page 122, item AC 8.2. Is there a motion? Councilmember Kelly.
So I'd like to move amended language, which I also sent, that would read, develop policies to support art incubators, makerspaces, and live work studio spaces, along with policies that strengthen Evanston's identity as a destination for arts and culture.
Seconded.
Councilmember Kelly moves to adjust the AC 8.2 language so it reads as follows: develop policies to support arts incubators, maker spaces, and live work studio spaces, along with policies that strengthen Evanston's identity as a destination for arts and culture. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
I'll go ahead and add it here, but it's really duplicative, given that we have added a whole section in the economic development section about developing and promoting Evanston as a destination for arts, entertainment, and culture, with 9 subpoints. So, yeah.
I mean, this item was already here. Councilmember Kelly is just fleshing it out a little bit.
I'm on board.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the adjusted language is accepted in AC 8.2. Now, page 22, AC 9.1. Is there a motion? Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move to amend it to simply add the 2 words "and support." So develop policies to enable and support temporary uses and events that promote the arts.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept this change and add 2 words. So now it would read, develop policies to enable and support temporary uses and events that promote the arts. Councilmember Nusma seconds. That was you, right, Councilmember Nusma? No? Okay. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Was that a yes?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the adjusted language is accepted. This completes the list of items within item 1. We now move on to the next item, item 6. Is there a motion relative to item 6? Sorry, Councilmember Kelly, I apologize.
I would like to move item 6. I'd like to keep the language, but I'm open to hearing a little bit more. I know we talked a little bit about it. I think it just needs to be amended, and I apologize, I don't have that language, but to use the language that's in our most recent parks analysis that we got, so that it speaks to the amount of green space, and I don't know if anybody has that here. So I think, Councilmember Rogers, you said that this is no longer, the standard that was used for this is the inaccurate one, or the inappropriate one to be using, that there's a more relevant one. So, I mean, I do want to note that we are, that Evanston falls below this standard, and we want to prioritize our parks and maintenance. So can you, since you wanted to strike this, can you, which part of it is, needs to be struck? And I'm sorry I didn't have the time to figure out how to reword that.
And Councilmember Rogers, if you prefer to speak to items 6 and 7 together, have at it.
I would prefer to do so, and I just sent some language around that is taken from our park strategic plan, which talks about the amount of space that we have and the uses that we have for those parks. It's a long paragraph, which I will let the mayor read as part of the that there is no motion pending on the table, if I am correct. So
That's correct. So you could move to add that language.
that's what I was going to do, was to move to add the language, which I emailed to everyone just moments ago.
So
Just an additive motion or?
no, so if I'm understanding the motion correctly, it is to effectuate item 6, which is to say strike the thing in item 6, effectuate item 7,
Which is
strike
to
the thing in
remove
item
language.
7, but then replace the 2 with the following text, which I will read out loud. You're welcome. And this is taken from the Park Strategic Plan, and that language is, Evanston has a community-centric park system with the majority of its open space serving at the neighborhood scale. 221 acres of open space are neighborhood parks, which are defined as featuring active recreation fields, facilities, and playgrounds. Additionally, there are 63 acres designated for community parks, larger parks which offer active fields and diverse facilities in addition to specialized district uses and community facilities like a community center. Evanston provides 11.2 acres of beaches, 1.3 acres for tot lots, and 61 acres of undefined open space, ensuring a varied and inclusive recreational landscape for its residents. Undefined open spaces can provide similar access to relaxation and recreation while contributing habitats, biodiversity, and stormwater resilience. So again, the motion was to add all that stuff while deleting the stuff in items 6 and 7. Is there a second? Councilmember Sufferton seconds. I think we had Councilmember Kelly followed by Nusma and then Isles.
Oh, me? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm fine with that, but it feels like it more describes what we have, and I do like the language. The report that we did get for Parks and Rec did say that we were below the standard for total green space, so I do want that noted in here, and I also like the part about the city must prioritize current park maintenance. I mean, can we add that to this, that the city must keep that part, the city must prioritize current park maintenance, acknowledging that we fall below, I don't know if staff can, what the standard is that's referenced in the park study that that the Parks Department recently got.
Is that a request for an amendment?
So what exactly are you proposing,
So
Councilmember?
I would propose adding to that, the city must prioritize current park maintenance, also noting that Evanston falls below blank, whatever it is that's cited in the park study.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Is that okay with you, Councilmember Kelly, for Councilmember Nusma? Councilmember Nusma.
Yeah, so rather than striking item 6, what if we said Evanston, with less than 10 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, Evanston falls below the national average. But because the city is already built out and unlikely to acquire new land, the city must prioritize current park maintenance.
I want to avoid the statistic of 10 acres per thousand because that's the statistic that the National Recreation and Parks Association no longer applies. If I could try to make a suggestion here of just saying Evanston is already built out and unlikely to acquire new new land, the city must prioritize current park maintenance, and then I would also include maybe the last sentence of the section 7. Although park accessibility is high, the supply does not necessarily meet the community's growing need or provide equitable facilities and services.
And would that be at the beginning of your other thing?
So what I would do is put that at the beginning. Although park accessibility is high, the supply does not necessarily meet the community's growing needs or provide equitable facilities and services. Evanston is already built out and unlikely to acquire new land, so the city must prioritize current park maintenance.
I understand that. How do those two sentences interface with the stuff you proposed adding?
I would put those at the end of that paragraph that I proposed.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
So Councilmember Rogers moves to replace all the things in items 6 and 7 with first the paragraph previously read that he had proposed and pulled from the park strategic plan. And then, although park accessibility is high, the supply does not necessarily meet the community's growing needs or provide equitable facilities and services. And then, because the city is already built out and unlikely to require new land, the city must prioritize current park maintenance.
That's fine. Yeah.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Isles.
The thing that's missing, that the reason I turned my light on, is that we're below the national average in park space. That's the concept I want to keep.
But that's
I don't think
but
your
the
amendment-
statistic that we're using is no longer used by the site that we're using, that we're citing as providing that statistic. So that's like saying we are below average on something because the National Transportation Safety Board does, but the National Transportation Safety Board no longer acknowledges that as being the standard.
There's a difference between a standard and average.
Yeah, I wanted to flag that. I've heard the word average used, which is completely different than a 10 per thousand standard.
Yeah, I don't need the specific 10 per thousand standard. I mean,
I'm willing to
need
accept that if that is a true fact, that we are below average. But I don't know how you get to that, what statistic you use to get to that number, I guess, is the thing.
So just point of information, did the person who said average first say average on purpose? Like, is that actually a true statement?
I have not personally measured parkland in every community around the country and divided by the population of each community, but that is my understanding based on conversations with the chair and vice chair of the Parks and Rec Board.
Okay, wait. Sorry, Councilmember Kelly.
So I agree with Councilmember Isles. I would just like some language in there that emphasizes the need to maintain, but, it is built out, but to consider that if we could have more, we would like more. That green space is I'm not saying we build more, but I think it should be acknowledged that we are below whatever it is. We have a part, we paid dearly for this study that was done for us that said we were below green space where we should be. And I don't know what that term is, but I feel like that we need to see that, what's used in that, the wording that's used in that study.
Councilmember Rogers.
I mean, I think this point is made and the supply does not necessarily meet the community's growing needs. Whether we're average, above average, below average, we don't meet the needs of what our constituents and our residents are expecting. And so there is an implication that if there is an availability of parkland, that we should either try to acquire it or we should expand a park if we can do that. But I don't know that I feel comfortable with language saying that we're below average or above average or anything else without knowing exactly where that statistic is coming from.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I would just add, if we could say that doesn't necessarily meet the needs for green space, if we could just add that, just so we're clear on, I know it might seem clear, but to emphasize.
Would you accept that as a friendly amendment? Simply to add the words "for green space" after the community's growing needs?
I'm happy to. I feel that the paragraph before that includes, as it said, something about unidentified green space or something like that. But I'm happy to take that in as well.
So, okay, go ahead.
Our park strategic plans, the draft says Evanston has 5 acres of park in Evanston per 1,000 residents compared to 9 acres for Pier, the median. So we could put that in there if that helps.
I think that would be helpful as a point of reference.
If someone would like to make that as a motion, I do not accept that as a friendly motion, but I will abide by the will of council if someone makes that as a motion.
I'll make it as a motion. I'd like to see that language in there.
And where do you want it to go, Councilmember Isles? Although, to be honest, you skipped the line, so Councilmember Kelly has her light on.
That's okay.
All right, Councilmember Isles.
Can you reread it, Allison?
Okay. It says 5 acres of park in Evanston per 1,000 residents compared to 9 acres for the median.
But compared to say the end.
Well, I think I'm going to have to, this is like a pop-out.
So there's a graphic within the Parks and Open Space Strategic Plan that says 5 acres of park in Evanston per 1,000 residents compared to 9 acres for pure median. So that's comparing to some of our peer cities, and that list of peer cities is listed underneath that graphic for reference.
So it's not the national average or anything, but it's the cities that have been pulled out that, for whatever reason, that's what we're being compared to.
I would just add that bit of information at the end of the paragraph that Councilmember Rogers sent us all.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. Councilmember Isles moves to amend the proposal so that it reads as follows. Let's see how I do. Evanston has a community-centric park system with a majority of its open space serving at the neighborhood scale. 221 acres of open space are neighborhood parks, which are defined as featuring active recreation fields, facilities, and playgrounds. Additionally, there are 63 acres designated for community parks, larger parks which offer active fields and diverse facilities, in addition to specialized district uses and community facilities like a community center. Evanston provides 11.2 acres of beaches, 1.3 acres for tot lots, and 6.1 acres of undefined open space, ensuring a varied and inclusive recreational landscape for its residents. Undefined open spaces can provide similar access to relaxation and recreation while contributing habitats, biodiversity, and stormwater resilience. Evanston has significantly less parkland per resident than a median of its peer communities. Although park accessibility is high, the supply does not necessarily meet the community's growing needs or provide equitable facilities and services. Because the city is already built out and unlikely to acquire new land, the city must prioritize current park maintenance. Is that fair, Councilmember Isles?
Yes, thank you.
Will the clerk please take the roll on this amendment to council? Sorry, Councilmember Burns.
I just want to say that a bunch of organizations have adopted the 10-minute walk to an open space as what park access actually means. I mean, there's at least 4 organizations that have adopted that. I see, I think the NIPRA, if that's one, there's quite a few of them. And so, Trust for Public Land, the National Recreation and Park Association, Urban Land Institute. And so my question to staff is, we are basically meeting that goal. We're not far off from meeting that standard, right? And if so, I think it's important that we mention that when we mention park access, we kind of say like park access, yeah, we're doing well in it. We're not just doing well. I think we're meeting the national standards on it.
Hey, Councilmember Burns, this is Luke. I think your question was what % of Evanston residents live within a 10-minute walk of a park and whether we're meeting that standard. Is that correct?
Right, yeah, and I think this is in I don't know if it's our parks plan, one of the many plans that we've had. So I'm getting this information from some report that I've reviewed at some point, and I can come back to this later. I think we're meeting that. This is a standard held by those organizations that I just mentioned, and I believe that we may be meeting it, maybe exceeding it, and that's how they define park access.
Yeah.
And so if we're looking to reference an actual standard, again, that's held by reputable organizations across the country, that would be one worth mentioning, I think, in this section.
Yeah, my understanding is that 99.9 or literally 100% of Evanston residents live within a 10-minute walk of a park.
If somebody can help me, maybe Nusma, just figure out a way to add that in there. I think what we're about to vote on, there's a area that says park access. I think we can add it right there. Just give a little bit of context about, why we feel like we're doing well in that area.
So I'm going to ask the clerk to take the roll on the Isles amendment. If that'll pass or not pass, the underlying thing will still be before us, and at that point, Councilmember Nusma can do the homework he's been assigned.
Is it okay if I don't accept the assignment?
That's between you and Councilmember Burns. Will the clerk please take the roll on the Isles amendment?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the proposal is changed as suggested by Councilmember Isles. Does anybody care to make a motion inspired by Councilmember Burns' observation?
I'm not prepared to do so right now, but so I guess the answer is no. Like the idea, but not on the fly.
Councilmember Burns?
Well, all of this is on the fly. None of this, much of what we just did was not in the packet. So let's be real. I will send something over if we can. I'm going to make this amendment before the evening is up, so I will make an amendment later on.
Okay, is there a motion to table this item to later in the meeting, to the end of to the back of the packet?
We've already voted. So
No, we voted an amendment. So what's in front of us is the amended Rogers proposal, the Rogers proposal that was amended by Isles. So that one could vote on that and then amend it later. Maybe that's the cleanest thing to do. Why don't we take a vote on the amended proposal, and then later in the evening, Councilmember Burns, you're welcome to propose an addition to it.
Okay.
Okay, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the suggestion from Councilmember Rogers as added to by Councilmember Isles is accepted. Now on the next page, item 13, is there a motion here?
I would move that we include language about how driving is a primary mode of transportation and is predicated on the workforce that travels to and from the city daily.
Second.
Councilmember Isles moves to accept this suggestion. Councilmember Rogers moves to accept the suggestion. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
What language?
I've discussed this with staff. I mean, I'll sit down and write language. If everybody wants me to write language, we have 3 policy people on staff. I would think somebody could help me write a policy, but I can write a policy on my own as well, if you'd like me to.
Does staff have any concerns about their ability to write something in keeping with this request?
I think we would be okay to come up with some language. I think maybe in a previous version, you made a note that this was also previously addressed in Chapter 7.
This
And
does
I
look
think
two
there's some
different places.
language
Yes.
that speaks to that, so we can come up with something for this section as well.
All right.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Nope.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and the recommendation is accepted. Now on item.
Chair,
Sorry, Councilmember Burns.
quick question.
Yep.
Thank you. Can staff please send me the language that we had, the one we were working on about parks that Councilmember Isles amended? Can someone send me the full language? I have Councilmember Rogers' language, but I don't know if I have what Councilmember Isles added. Thank you.
We unfortunately have not
I
been
will
sent that.
send it around to everyone right now.
Just a request to please, if you're going to send around language, please send it to staff so we can effectuate these changes. Thank you.
The City Council will stand at ease for about a few moments.
For about a few moments, a very specific time.
The email should be on its way to everyone, so staff has it, as well as Councilmember Burns and anyone else seeking to amend it later on. We now move on to item, so 13 just passed. So we now move to item 16. Is there a motion here?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item 16 be revised to say, identify and create public spaces that accommodate a variety of performances, exhibitions, special events, and celebrations with input from area residents, adding the words "and stakeholders."
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to add the words "add stakeholders" at the end of this item so that it reads, identify and create public spaces that accommodate a variety of performances, exhibitions, special events, and celebrations with input from area residents and stakeholders. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
This is mentioned somewhere else as well, or language very similar to this. And I would add the word "and stakeholders" there. I'm confused. I think we may have approved this in one other iteration in an earlier meeting, but not this one. But it was mentioned twice in the document. So let's just be consistent and make sure that we're doing both of them the same way.
Councilmember Rogers clarifies his amendment, adds "and stakeholders" to the phrase "with input from area residents, both here and one other spot." Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma. Aye. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis. Aye. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the adjusted recommendation is accepted. This concludes the consent items portion of the discussion. We now proceed with page 13 of 28 in the packet. These are the discussion items. We'll begin with item 19. Councilmember Kelly.
So I'd like to move item 19, replacing the student housing section with the following language. Should I read it? I think we worked on this already. I worked on it with Councilman Newsma and Rogers. So I'd like to move that. Is there a second?
Yeah, I think because it's in the packet that's been public for days, I think there's no reason to read it out loud. Councilmember Kelly moves to accept item 19. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Hadakaris.
Yeah, so rather than say this for every Northwestern tangential item this evening, I'll just state that, so after talking to Corporation Counsel Ruggie, we reviewed the proposed changes and the descriptive pieces that are related to Northwestern and also the pieces that talk about collaboration. Totally fine to, I'll be voting on those. Transition zone language, I will be abstaining if that comes up later in the evening. So I just wanted to put that on the table so it's clear with everyone.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the item is accepted. And now on item 20, Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move the section,
They can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'd like to move the following language to the student housing section as written out here in the discussions packet.
Seconded.
Councilmember Kelly moves the acceptance of item 20. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I want to acknowledge and appreciate Councilmember Kelly for spending some time with me to work through the language that came out of the NU City Committee. And a lot of the language that we're going to be talking about tonight is a result of that collaboration, which I appreciate. I think for this particular one in item 20, we have included those concepts in what we already approved in 19, so I don't think 20 is necessary. That's all.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
This is for item 20, right?
Correct.
Yes. Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
This is one that I will abstain on.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. I will vote aye with 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against. The motion carries and item 20 is accepted. Now on item 21. Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move the new section to key challenges and opportunities about student housing with the language that's described in item 21.
Councilmember Kelly moves acceptance of item 21. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and item 21 is accepted. Now on item 22. Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move the language in item 22, replacing the third paragraph beginning with increasing housing supply with addressing housing affordability.
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept item 22. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Isles.
Just for clarification, I'm going to vote no on both of these because I think the increased housing supply is important language to include.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. No. Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Nusma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Nope.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails, and item 22 is not accepted. Now on item 23, Councilmember Kelly.
So I'd like to move the language in item 23, deleting the following paragraph because of the sources, using Zillow and others. I don't think this was appropriately sourced, the information for this.
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept item 23. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. No. No. Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Nusma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
No.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails and the item is not accepted. Now on item 24, Councilmember Kelly.
So I understand that's already been implemented. That's already in the draft language, so we don't need to vote on it.
Okay, there's no motion on item 24. Now on item 25, Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to, and this is one related to Northwestern, I'd like to add action to policy 1 here to assess student housing demand, specific housing needs, and related market impacts to inform policies and support safe student housing, neighborhood stability, and housing affordability.
Seconded.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept item 25. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Just wondering, do we have the capability with staff to make these assessments? Just wondering.
We are working with Northwestern to learn more about their students. I don't know that at any point we'll really have an absolute full understanding of everything, but we are in touch with Luke Forgora, Dave Davis, and various people trying to get us better numbers. We can certainly strive to do this, but I can't say we can do it absolutely, completely in all cases.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I'd be happy to add the words, if that would work better for you, Councilmember Harris, in collaboration with the university. Okay, so I'll add the words, assess student housing demand, or maybe at the beginning, in collaboration with Northwestern University, which is the main.
Councilmember Kelly just adjusts her motion, so it reads, in collaboration with Northwestern University, assess student housing demand, specific housing needs, and related market impacts to inform policies that support safe student housing, neighborhood stability, and housing affordability. I imagine the second is still operative with that adjustment?
I'll move it, yeah, with no adjustments.
So, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And the following action, which is a slight modification of item 25, is added to policy 1. In collaboration with Northwestern University, assess student ... tracking what's in the packet for the rest of the text. Now on item 26, is there a motion?
Mayor Bush, quick comment, please.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think I voted no on 20, and if that's the case, I don't know if I can officially change my vote at this point, but I just wanted to state on the record that I'm really an aye on number 20 if I voted against that. That is all, Chair. Thank you.
The chair, who is extremely jealous of his very rare opportunities to vote, rejects your request to remove the tie. And but no, so Councilmember Burns indicates his intent was to vote yes on item 20, which would have made a 5-3 vote that I couldn't have broken. Darn. Councilmember Davis, do you have a motion on item 26?
Yes, I'll move item 26.
Second.
Second.
Councilmember Davis moves acceptance of item 26. Councilmember Harris seconds. Nope. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Harris, followed by Newsma.
Thank you. Just wanted to make the statement, sometimes short, to me, when I read it, it's saying that if people live here short term, it's not enjoyable, and that's not the case. So I am not in favor of this language. Thank you.
Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this concept has already been included in H1.4, which reads, increase the availability of housing options that families find desirable for long-term living, including multiple bedrooms. So I think I agree with the concept. I think it's already in there, so I don't think we need this one.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I think it is good to reassert this. I think emphasizing the value of long-term residents is very important in this document. I think those long-term residents, in large part, you maintain the economic stability of a city, tend to be on average the folks who shop more locally and everything else. So I do like it, and I like emphasizing the need to, as valuable as our students and short-term are as well. It is. I think we need to emphasize that a little more in this document.
Councilmember Davis.
So what I intended by this language is that I would like for us to be a city where people feel as though they can live here in every stage of their life. So we get a lot of people who are caught here as college students, but maybe feel like they cannot find adult jobs here or find houses that fit their adult needs. And then people further age into maybe like an empty nest situation where they are looking for affordable housing as seniors. And so I would like us to keep aspects about ourselves so that we have something for everybody and people don't see us as college town where you spend a couple of years after college or you leave out. Or one of the trends that I saw in the strategic housing plan that worries me a little bit is that it's kind of a playground for people who are empty nesters and retired, and like that we have that little balance of city and non-city, and in that way we may be discouraging, for example, families, and we're seeing a decrease there. So I'm really just hoping, and I can rephase it so that we can say that it's a place where people feel they can live in every life stage, if that's better. But, what I'm really getting at is that for multiple years, they feel like they can stay here.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
Change it
to
what you said before.
Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries, and the recommendation in item 26, is accepted. Now on item 27, Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I move item 27.
Second.
Councilmember Davis moves item 27. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll? So, whoa, everyone's got stuff to say. Councilmember Davis gets to talk first, then Isles.
Yeah, so coming out of our discussions earlier about increasing density, I think that a lot of residents would like assurances that we're not going to allow like significant upzoning on their lots. And so I think this would be a good gesture to make to the community. That's it.
Councilmember Isles.
I think this is a discussion more appropriate for zoning, which is why I'm going to vote against it.
Now, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and item 27 is not accepted. Now on item 28, Councilmember Davis.
I move item 28.
Second.
Councilmember Davis moves acceptance of the recommendation item 28. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Newsma, followed by Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be happy to vote in favor of this one if we switch the word prioritize, replace the word prioritize with consider.
26
If
went through.
Councilmember Davis would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Give me a second. I'm trying to understand kind of the difference. I don't understand the difference. I'm sorry. Like, what's the impact difference we're trying to get at there?
Well, for one thing, it's difficult to quantitatively prioritize the preferences of any particular group of residents. I think if we reword it to say, consider the preferences of residents in a neighborhood, in fact, that's what we do already through robust public engagement, whether it's a plan development or zoning changes or what have you. So I just want to make sure that I'm just more comfortable with the word consider rather than prioritize.
No, I'm okay. Thank you, though.
Is that a motion, Councilmember Newsma, knowing that it would not be a friendly amendment?
I'm sorry, what's the?
She does not accept it as a friendly amendment. Okay. Do you make it as, okay, you just leave it be in that case? Okay. Councilmember, I think Rogers, followed by Kelly.
So this is somewhat already baked into how we handle land use, particularly the fact that we notify people within 1,000 feet, 250 feet, 500 feet, depending on the type of change that is being given. The one place where that differs is there are certain projects that come into the city that benefit the whole city in such a way that that there are other considerations that have to be weighed in those types of policy actions. I'm uncomfortable with this language simply because we already notify those people, give them an opportunity to respond, and the thing that we really want to get away from is having this be a popularity contest in neighborhoods, because sometimes the neighborhood does not speak as a whole, even as to what they want, which really puts us in an awkward position, because who do you prioritize the preference of, segment A or segment B, who are actually on different sides of the same issue?
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So I do support this language. I think saying something like consider really for residents doesn't mean much. It's like, we'll hear you, but that's it. So I think it is really important because we're talking not about a specific development. We're talking about the zoning that's upcoming. And if we're not, it's not about a popularity contest. Maybe it's about doing better outreach to the people who we serve. But we absolutely should always prioritize our residents. So I do support this language. And I think we should show that we do by having such language in here. And if we need to do better outreach, then let's do it. But that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
The language specifically does say major projects. So if the desire is to to change that language to remove major projects and, so it would just read concerning changes to zoning change, or I guess remove the changes, concerning zoning changes in their neighborhoods. That's a different idea than major projects and zoning changes. That's not an amendment. That's not a friendly amendment. That's a statement. And if somebody wishes to change an amendment based on that, they are make an amendment or change a motion based on that, they're welcome to.
Councilmember Davis.
I didn't know it would be so controversial to say that we should take in the input of residents for projects near their homes, but if it is and we need to soften that language, then sure, I'll take out major projects and I'll change prioritize to consider.
Councilmember Davis clarifies or adjusts her amendment so that it now reads, consider the preferences of residents in a neighborhood concerning changes
To zoning changes in the neighborhood. So I guess.
How about just concerning zoning changes in the neighborhoods?
There we go.
I'm sorry. So now let me read that again. I apologize. Councilmember Davis adjusts her motion so it reads, consider the preferences of residents in a neighborhood concerning zoning changes in their neighborhoods. Is the second still?
Harris.
Councilmember Harris, the second is still operative with those changes? You're still seconding the motion, Councilmember Harris? Okay.
Can
we reread that?
You bet. Consider the preferences of residents in a neighborhood concerning zoning changes in their neighborhood.
Could I ask a question? One of the things that we've talked about is who do we listen to? Do we listen to all the residents or do we listen to property owners? We notify property owners. We don't notify all residents. And there's been significant discussion about if that's really what we should be doing. And I'm wondering if that is one of the considerations that we are thinking of here when we say residents.
Well, I think Councilmember Davis's language is very clear. Was that intentional, Councilmember Davis?
Residents over owners?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that because that changes how we have to then think of notifying people. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
So once again, would it read, the proposal this time reads, consider the preferences of residents in a neighborhood concerning zoning changes in their neighborhoods. Councilmember Davis.
Sorry, Sarah, are you saying that when we have major projects, if someone rents, we don't send them notifications of what's happening in their area?
Correct. The notification goes to the owner, the property owners.
Ew. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to check because I wanted to make sure that, because that is a change from what we do that I want to make sure that we're aware of.
Anyway, I totally agree with you. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. That would be a great change, that we would be notifying the neighbors, whether they're the owner or not. But Sarah, that wouldn't change in terms of the radius by saying neighborhood. If it's 1,000 feet or 500, that would be considered neighborhood. Okay.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Burns, can you hear me?
Yep, sorry about that. If what we're trying to do is address that last thing about making sure that all residents, whether they're landowners or not, are notified, then I think this has great and important meaning. Outside of that, though, it just, I think about what Councilman Rogers said, that there's already consideration of residents in neighborhoods. I can see if this said like earlier in the process before it gets to land use, I think that would have some relevant meaning. Obviously, what we just discussed has meaning, but I want to make sure if we're going to approve or if I'm going to support it, that I understand what the meaning of it is and why it's important.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I would ask that we put back in, given that the focus here, one of the main focus, I think, of this sentence is to include neighbors, regardless of whether they rent or own, and that would be new. That isn't something we currently do for major projects. We notify owners. So I would like to see that major projects put back in, given that this would have that impact, which would be much better for our residents. I don't know if Councilmember Davis, you would be amenable to reinserting major projects, because we don't want a project to go up and only, to continue with only owners being notified and not renters.
Do you accept that as a friendly amendment, Councilmember Davis?
To add back in major projects?
Yeah.
I'll let Councilmember Rogers talk first.
Councilmember Rogers.
I have a question for staff on that. What is the, I mean, I know how we currently pull the list that we use for mailings to notify people.
Can I just add a point of information here?
Yes.
Just to be clear, I'm 1,000% Team Davis about how we should treat all residents the same, whether they own property or not. I would presume that the policy that results in us sending mailings to homeowners is in at least the city code, if not the state law, and that if we make the change recommended here, that might set in motion a process to change that, but it wouldn't overnight effectuate it, which might, if I'm right about that, that might change the way we engage with that, the details around that right now. But is that correct, guys?
Yeah, that's the minimum. I don't think there's anything that says you can't mail to more.
Okay.
I'd have to check that.
Okay.
Do you know? We could look into that, obviously. We've discussed this a number of times in the past because it really is an imbalance, and we'd have to get the post office list or something like that, but I'm sure that can be done.
For sure. Councilmember Rogers, you still have the floor.
That was going to be my question, is how do we go about getting that list, and how current are those lists? Because I know even our property owner lists are sometimes outdated.
I think the post office list is more current than the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
But we'll have to, of course, then we would have to mail to the property owners and then also to the.
Right.
All resident, or all.
Right.
All legal addresses within that.
So if there's 24 people living in a building, you're mailing 25 mailings because it's the 24 people who live there plus the property owner.
Right.
Okay.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I think this is an important change in our attitude towards our residents, so I hope we'll move forward to vote on this evening, and then, do whatever we have to do with technically to make that happen. I think it's a strong message that residents that are of concern that we're considering are not just the property owners.
Councilmember Burns.
I'm sorry, I hadn't lowered it yet. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, so the recommendation at this time reads, consider the preferences of residents in a neighborhood concerning changes to major projects and zoning changes in their neighborhoods. So it's what you see, only it says consider instead of prioritize. Well, no, wait, sorry, there was going to be.
I just asked that question.
Right, so I think Councilmember Davis is going to accept that friendly amendment if you were cool with it, Councilmember Rogers.
Could we do votes for both amendments? For NUSMA's for consider, well, let's do the one for major projects first, and then for consider to see where how everyone feels about it.
I'm going to ask you to, just for purely just shepherding purposes, I'm going to ask you to withdraw the underlying motion and then start fresh with whatever motion you want to start with, and then we'll vote on that, whatever it is. Is that okay?
Okay, I'm going to ask, I'll make my motion and suggest that council members Rogers and NUSMA make your amendments, and we'll just vote on the amendments, see how we get with that.
Councilmember Davis.
I move, generally speaking, item 28 as it's written.
Councilmember Davis withdraws her previous motion and renews a motion now, which is simply 28 as in the packet. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Kelly seconds. Now, does someone have a motion to amend this?
I will move to amend by replacing the word prioritize with the word consider.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves to replace the word prioritize with the word consider. In item 28, Councilmember Davis seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to replace prioritize with consider?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. No. Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
No.
With 6 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries. And now the amendment, now it reads, consider the preferences of residents in a neighborhood concerning changes to major projects and zoning changes in their neighborhoods. Councilmember Rogers, do you want to make a further amendment?
No, I do not.
Would the clerk please take the roll on what this now reads, which is, for the final time, consider the preferences of residents in a neighborhood concerning changes to major projects and zoning changes in their neighborhoods.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And item 28, with prioritize replaced with consider, is accepted. Now item 29, Councilmember Davis.
I want to point out that I made this recommendation way before the school closures thing happened. So it's not like a jab at that or anything else. But yeah, I will move 29.
It's just a good idea.
Not making any statements. But yeah, I'm moving 29, please.
Second.
Second.
Councilmember Davis moves adoption of item 29. Councilmember, it was a race over there, but I think Rogers seconded first. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the item is accepted. Now on item 30, Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move to add new action to policy 1, collaborate with action to policy 2, explore opportunities for collaboration with Northwestern University to help mitigate the impact of student rental housing in established neighborhoods and to support access to safe off-campus housing for students.
Seconded.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept item 30. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I just have a question as to how does this differ from item 25?
So it's, let's see.
The language seems very similar to me. And so if there's something in particular you're trying to hit, just let me know what that is.
Sure. In one case, it's actually assessing the demand and working with Northwestern to understand that. The second one is to actually address how housing is provided for students in neighborhoods and the impacts on neighborhoods. So the second one, this one very directly deals with assessing how we can continue to support the integrity of neighborhoods while having student housing there. There are many approaches to that throughout the country and university cities. So that's more specific to looking at approaches and measures that can be taken to maintain neighborliness and create, again, and also to ensure that the housing is safe and that we don't have a lot of housing that gets bought up by institutional investors that aren't taking care of their homes and where students live in unsafe conditions. So the first one is mainly to assess it, and the second one is really to look at how we ensure quality housing that doesn't undermine neighborhoods.
Is there a way to combine the two into one? Because we repeat a lot of the same language. We're talking about neighborhood stability. We're talking about safe student housing. We talk about affordability.
So I would say no, just because I think the assessment of student needs is sort of a big item, as we mentioned, really understanding off-campus needs, affordability needs. And then there's a whole nother sort of issue of appropriate housing. So I would like to keep these separate.
Okay.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma. Aye. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and item 30 is accepted. Item 31, Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move to add a new action to policy number 2, which is to update zoning regulations to allow existing homes to add new units within the existing building footprint.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves acceptance of item 31. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and item 31 is accepted. Now on item 32, Councilmember Newsma.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to add another action to policy number 2 to develop policies and programs to facilitate office to residential conversion.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Newsma moves acceptance of item 32. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for staff. I know this was in my notes. I can't remember what we've adopted and haven't adopted over the time, but there was something about conversion of existing properties, and it said originally it said residential, and I know I added the words and commercial, but I don't know if that ever actually made it into the document. I was trying to look through my notes and I can't tell where that was exactly, but I do remember having this thought and putting it down on paper somewhere.
Are you thinking of the unique use that was passed? Where you can take a building that was designed for something and then it's adaptive reuse? And it can be something that isn't allowed necessarily in that district?
It was adaptive reuse.
Okay, hang on, we're checking it.
And maybe we never got to it. Maybe it's coming up later. I mean, I'm a little confused because sometimes I've made notes and we've put them on consent agendas. Sometimes they've been voted on individually, and we've never really made it all the way through everything all at once. So I support this. I just want to make sure that we're not adding a new policy that's already included somewhere else in the document.
I recall the conversation that
you and I have had this conversation.
I don't remember where it fit in. I do know it was not here because here we're in the housing chapter under objective or policy number 2, which is increase housing supply and affordable housing choices at all income levels. There are at least 11 action items underneath that policy. I'm proposing we add another one specific to housing. What you're talking about is adaptive reuse for things, including but not limited to housing, which is also a good idea, but not part of this discussion.
We do have let's see, policy statement 8. Proposed language encourage the adaptive reuse of existing or underused residential and commercial buildings to increase housing options. The original language was encourage the adaptive reuse of existing or underused buildings. So you were remembering correctly.
Where is that?
And chapter 4.
Evanston tomorrow. All right. So nice, we say it twice.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure that it was included wherever I had called it out as well. Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on item 32? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and item 32 is recommended. I have one quick update on item 29. I think I heard something incorrectly, and Councilmember Harris was recorded as voting no, whereas her intent was to vote aye. Now on item 33. Councilmember Kelly.
33, I'm sorry, is a duplicate to number 30. It's the exact same language, and we apologize that it's in there twice. We can move on to 34.
Councilmember Davis on item 34.
I move item 34.
Second.
Councilmember Davis moves adoption of item 34. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
I heartily endorse the idea. Would just like to call everybody's attention to the fact that it's already included in H1.5, which was added to the draft document at some point in our council deliberations. So I really don't think item 34 is necessary.
Can you read what 1.5 says?
H1.5 reads, expand community land trust policy and map sites suitable for addition to a land trust.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis withdraws her motion. Now on item 35, Councilmember Kelly.
I've moved the language in item 35 to add action to policy 2. So all current and updated zoning regulations supporting modular and manufactured innovative construction should be reviewed and reassessed to ensure these developments enhance the livability and environmental quality of the neighborhoods they serve. And I know that's refers to somewhere in here, a policy about modular and manufactured innovative construction. The main point being to ensure that these enhance the livability and environmental quality of the neighborhoods they serve.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Councilmember Kelly moves adoption of item 35. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I just have a question. What do you mean by enhance the livability and environmental quality of the neighborhoods they serve?
So, I'm looking for the actual statement about modular and innovative construction in here. So it's to say we don't just do this roughshod. Basically, that there's sufficient green space, that there's that it's aesthetic. So all the above, that it enhances, that it doesn't undermine a neighborhood, so to speak.
Would you be willing to add the word affordability into that as well after livability? So enhance the livability, affordability, and environmental quality of the neighborhoods.
Absolutely.
Do you accept that as a friendly amendment, Councilmember?
Yes.
So pursuant to Councilmember Rogers' friendly amendment, the proposal now reads, all current and updated zoning regulations supporting modular and manufactured innovative construction should be reviewed and reassessed to ensure these developments enhance the livability, affordability, and environmental quality of the neighborhoods they serve. Is that correct? Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
No.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails. Council and item 35 is not accepted. Councilmember Rogers.
I just have a question about what is the opposition to modular and manufactured homes? That's one of the easiest ways to bring affordability into a neighborhood, into a community. So I was curious as to my colleagues who voted no, was there some particular other word or language in there that?
I'm guessing it's the opposite. I'm guessing they view this addition as an obstacle to those.
So.
Makes it harder.
If I,
Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, 2.3 says facilitate the new and innovative construction technologies such as manufactured modular and streamline plan review. So I added the part, I added this additional piece that says to ensure livability, affordability, environmental quality to that. That's what people objected to, the affordability piece maybe.
I didn't object to the affordability part of it. I objected to the fact that that's the opposite of streamline.
Yeah, and if I can, Chair.
Councilmember Burns.
I also, like in my mind, I thought this was trying to address a container home development that I think I even found out did not require council approval in the same way other projects have. And I think it should have. And so I was trying to think if this would get at that, and I don't think it does, because container homes could be neither manufactured or modular. So I probably could get comfortable with this. I need more time with it, and we don't have time tonight, it appears. So I voted no. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I think there was some confusion during the vote. I think some folks didn't realize that there is H2.3. And I just question whether or not anybody on the prevailing side would want to bring that back, such as Councilmember Burns, given that we do state we're going to facilitate modular and manufactured homes, which I agree. I like it. I think that's good, but I think we should also make sure we're doing it right.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yeah, I agree we need to do it right, but as proposed, the item 35 gets into aesthetics, which I don't think is a zoning issue. So, I'm glad that we have the language elsewhere in the document that is supportive of modular and manufactured housing and innovative construction. I'm comfortable leaving it at that.
Now on item 36, Councilmember Kelly, do you have a motion?
I'd like to move item 36, develop policies and neighborhood conservation strategies to manage off-campus student housing and reduce potential negative impacts on established residential areas. This includes safeguarding neighborhoods from displacement of long-term residents, especially low to middle income households, and from rising cost and community disruption. And again, that's an item that I worked on in collaboration with Councilmember Rogers and NUSMA.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves the acceptance of item 36. Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Microphone on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate our work on this. I'm wondering, Councilmember Kelly, if you would accept a friendly amendment which distills this even further. I've emailed the language. My laptop is a little bit balky, so I'm not sure it's gone out, but the language reads as follows. H4.6. Develop and implement policies which prevent displacement of long-term residents, especially low to middle income residents, by off-campus student housing.
Can you say it again? I do not think the email went through, so could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I didn't get the email either. I don't think.
H4.6, develop and implement policies which prevent displacement of long-term residents, especially low to middle income households, by off-campus student housing.
Councilor Kelly, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
So I do want to keep conservation strategies. I think that is an important concept that we should be exploring in terms of neighborhoods.
Councilor Newsom, do you still want to make that amendment, given that it will require a vote?
Yes, I would, please.
All right, repeat it one last time.
H4.6, develop and implement policies which prevent displacement of long-term residents, especially low to middle income households, by off-campus student housing.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Newsma moves to adjust item 36 as just enumerated. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Kelly, is your light still on or again? Will the clerk please take the roll on Councilmember Newsma's amendment to the proposal?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Rogers.
No.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and item 36 is not amended. Now, on the unamended item 36, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Sorry. Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and item 36 is accepted. Now on item 37, Councilmember Kelly.
This is adding an action to Policy 5 to develop and implement policies to accommodate future enrollment growth and student housing needs in alignment with sustainability goals and community priorities.
Councilmember Kelly moves acceptance of item 37. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and item 37 is accepted. Now on item 38, Councilmember Kelly.
So I move to add action to Policy Number 7 to collaborate with community stakeholders, including Northwestern University, where appropriate, to develop data-informed strategies that advance housing affordability while preserving Evanston's beauty, green spaces, and community identity.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Kelly moves acceptance of item 38. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
I love the idea, but I think this is already included in H 7.2, which reads, engage Evanston institutions and businesses to develop programs that expand housing availability and affordability within institutional campuses, such as Northwestern University, et cetera, et cetera. So good idea. I think we've already got it covered.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Oh.
Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
No.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 4 voting against, nope, sorry, Daniel, you've got this. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and item 38 is not accepted. We now move on the next page to item 39. Councilmember Kelly, do you have a motion here?
So I'd like to strike in Appendix A, public engagement activities. The first bullet point, let's see, it's important to sort of read the whole thing in context. So it's to strike particularly near Noy Street. There it is, leverage TOD areas, invest in TOD at strategic locations, particularly near Noy Street, to create walkable job hubs. Noy Street is an incredibly successful area and block that's been thriving through COVID and continues to thrive.
Do you want to continue describing the item, or are you?
Yeah, I'm saying, so I'd like to move striking particularly near Noy Street.
Okay, so you're going to do like a bunch of different motions.
Okay, so should I do all these at once then?
I mean, it's
Okay,
your choice.
yeah.
If it's going to be controversial and there's going to be like weird fights, then you can break it up.
Let's just do it all. So the next part is to strike importance of growth centers and TOD, to remove Noy Street and Central Street. Again, these are not areas that need revitalization per se, but you can do vitalize. So striking Noy Street and Central Street from the next part, and the specific recommendations for the comprehensive plan where it says leverage transit access, focus on transit-oriented development in growth centers, especially it says like corridors like Central Street. So I'd like to strike Central Street and Noy Street from those.
Seconded.
Councilmember Kelly moves acceptance of item 39, and just to clarify the back and forth, the entirety of item 39 in one motion. Councilmember Davis seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Oh, sorry, no, my bad. Councilmember Isles.
Just for clarification, is this appendix items, are these in the what we heard sort of
Just a moment.
section?
This is in, give me 1 minute.
Like it's a focus group survey, so you can't really remove
Ye-
things
well-
from what people said.
This is in the,
Key takeaways from focus groups.
Yeah, it's focus group data, so you can't change focus
right, so
group
I
data.
didn't see
They said
any
what they
data
said.
saying that about developing Central Street and Noy Street from everything I reviewed. I didn't see anything, and I heard just the opposite, like about protecting Noy Street and Central Street.
Councilmember Newsman, followed by Davis.
But no, I'm sorry, but part of this is also specific recommendations. Number 3, leverage transit access, focus on, and then it says that's a recommendation in number 3, corridors like Central Street. So that is different, Sean, than what we heard. So if you want, we could vote on those separately, but let me just double check the other items to see what those fall under.
Can staff weigh in on this information? Is this what we heard from citizens, or is this aspirational policy goals?
No, this is part of the survey number 2. So what was heard?
Right, no, I hear you.
It's what people said, then we can't really change it.
Right, let me
There's
just
other
find-
spots you can
Sure,
change it.
except for number 3 is specific recommendations. Let me just verify this, because I think this was,
The specific recommendations, I believe, also came from the survey.
Based off what was heard.
Right.
Excuse me.
I guess
And that,
I hear your point. I do have some concerns about what was heard, whether it's, voices in a room or where these are. I'd like to see this, because I know I've heard over and over again about the thriving Noy Street and Central Street, 2 areas that we want to actually emulate and look at how their success, why they've been so successful. So anyway, so I have concerns that this is in here as a recommendation as what we heard. I guess I'd like to see the data, so I guess I can withdraw this motion for now.
I think it's also in the economic development chapter, so you
So
can
maybe it
change it
comes
there.
back, maybe it comes around later again. Okay.
I mean, Councilmember Davis and I were talking earlier, and part of what you wanted to remove was
Okay.
in economic development. It's also
Okay, I might have
in-
another amendment
Yeah,
later.
so
Okay.
like the what we heard portion, so sort of 39 and 41, 42, those are sort of, this is what staff is saying, this is what we heard in these outreach sessions and these surveys. That's not to say you can't
Sure.
change.
No, I understand.
what
Okay, so I'll go ahead and.
Councilmember Davis was talking about too, in the economic development chapter.
I have a question, if I could be recognized by the chair, please.
So is the motion withdrawn?
Well, I'd like to hear first from Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember Davis.
So when we were doing surveys, did people specifically mention Central Street, or was it that they said there should be growth near transit, and then we imputed Central Street onto that? I'm just wondering, yeah.
This was work that was done by the consultant, so I'm not sure how much they extrapolated, if they heard exactly Central Street and Noy Street, or if those came up in the survey from the residents and the participants.
Okay. Yeah, I guess like I will say that I agree with Councilmember Kelly in that I do feel like it might be the case that they heard transit and then they specifically decided to look at a map and they just pointed out places where there are transit. I will say that I've only been council member for 7 months, but this is literally not a thing I've heard, not even once, like not at all. So I do wonder where this came from, and I would be in favor of actually removing the Central Street language. But if we do, like if we have are you saying that there's no way to know how that came up? We don't have the raw data for it or anything?
I'm sure we do have the raw data. It'll take us a little bit to find it, but yeah, we can find it.
Then could we double check that then? Okay. Then could I recommend, Councilmember Kelly, that you table that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah, I would move to table this until we have more verification of the data that this is based
Or
on.
instead of tabling it, we could just remove it now. I mean.
True.
I don't think, like if it's just about the transit, I don't think it actually matters to list out every single place we have transit.
Yeah, I mean, another option would be just direct staff to go back and look at the data. If the data names these specific streets, keep it in, and if it doesn't, remove the street names altogether.
Okay, yeah. Do we need to take a vote on that?
I would.
Well, I think we need to see the data, though. I mean, I want to see it. I don't want to just hear like, yeah, they said they heard this, and they wrote us a sentence about it. I mean, I want to see what it's based on, because I've never heard this, and folks feel very proud of the vitality of Noyes Street and Central Street. So I have a very hard time. I would surmise also that it was probably added in because of where they're located in business districts. So I think I would feel more comfortable tabling this until we actually have the data. So I'd like to move to table this
All right, I'll second.
To table it to when?
until our next meeting when we have the data.
Councilmember Kelly moves to table this item until the next city council meeting.
Envision, yeah, whenever we meet on.
Councilmember Davis seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails and the item is not tabled. Everyone's light is on. I think Councilmember Rogers was first, and then in some order, I think it was Rogers, Isles, Newsma, Kelly, but Rogers certainly was first.
I would say that I don't see what's lost necessarily by removing particular street names. I mean, if 3 people raised it, is that really the issue? Is it 100 people raised it? That's a bigger issue. The idea, I think, is that we are investing in TOT at strategic locations to create walkable job hubs, regardless of where it was, if it's at Noyes, if it's at Howard, if it's at Chicago, wherever. Similarly, I think almost every one of these, if you just removed the like with the street names following it, it doesn't lose the idea, but we get past whether we are identifying something in particular at this time. I'm seeing some nods down there, but
is that a motion?
I was going to say I would make the motion to adopt what is placed here with the striking of any particular street name or location.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Rogers moves to amend item 39 to, in addition to striking what's already struck, also strike the other street names, for instance, Chicago Avenue and Main Street, throughout this passage. Councilmember Davis seconds. Okay. Are the other lights still on purpose? Councilmember Isles followed by Kelly, or do you guys want to vote on this amendment first?
I'd like to talk about it first.
Councilmember Isles.
Okay, so I'm okay with making it more generic and just talking about transit adjacent areas or corridors, commercial corridors, without naming specific ones. I'm also okay with the mayor's suggestion that we trust staff to look at the data and confirm that these were things that were said in these sessions. And if so, leave it alone. If not, strike those references. Either is fine with me.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I would support Councilmember Rogers' motion to just strike street names, to remove targeted street areas.
So you're comfortable with Councilmember Rogers? Okay. So will the clerk please take the roll on the Rogers amendment, which removes all the, no, sorry, what? Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just remind everybody that we're not talking about policy here. We're not talking about the policy sections of the document. We are in the appendix, which is telling us the results of the community engagement, the results of the surveys. So I don't think it's appropriate that we try and spin the data one way or the other. Yeah, maybe what we heard we like, maybe what we heard we don't like. But what I'm interested in this section is an accurate a record as possible, an accurate a distillation as possible of what we actually heard. If we actually heard Central Street and Noyes Street and Davis Street and Dempster Street, I would like that to be in here. If we didn't hear that, if it was the consultant saying, hearing transit-oriented, and then putting those street names in, I'm comfortable taking those street names out. But I want to make sure what goes into this final document accurately reflects the data and does not include anybody's attempt to spin it. So I guess I'm going to go back to Mayor Biss's suggestion is to which Councilmember Isles is supporting, to trust staff to go back and review that raw data, review the work that the consultant did, and if Noyes and Central and Chicago were actually in there, leave it in this document. If they weren't, then generify it like Councilmember Rogers is saying. But I don't want to take words out that were actually in there.
Well, the good news is everyone wants to talk now. Councilmember Davis, followed by Rogers, followed by Kelly, followed by Suffredin.
Yeah, okay. I think I could actually support Councilmember Nusma's, but then I want every single street that was mentioned to be added in here, which is ridiculous, right? And that's why we should have it generic, if anything. But if we're going to do something, I don't want us unfairly calling out one particular street. So we can do one or the other. But I think it would be a better use of staff time if we just took out specific references to streets.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Kelly, and then Suffredin.
I support that because, I mean, if one person mentions it, is that worthy of being mentioned? I mean, if I, as a council member, say, City Council says such, is that enough to make it City Council statement? Because one member of council has made a statement? And so that's my only concern, is that if two people mention it and we're putting it in, to me, that is more of a spin than keeping it more generic and addressing the issues as we see them. And we can always say, hey, look, you know, Noyes Street was a particular concern when we start to go into the zoning, but keep this generic enough so that it isn't two or three people actually spewing a street name being mentioned or something like that. So that would be my preference.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Suffredin.
Yeah, so I just want to add, like, these are key takeaways, you know, key sentiments, and it even says e.g. noise in parentheses. So this is not like this is tabulated data. So I think we're better off just not mentioning any street names than saying, for example, this may have been what was, you know, suggested. So I prefer Councilmember Rogers amending this to just remove targeted areas.
Allison?
We've got the survey open and, you know, Central Street is mentioned several times, but so are a bunch of other places. I think that, you know, we could give you a rundown of how many times each place is mentioned, but I don't know that that's worth it. And just based on a very quick glance of the survey, that raw data that we have open right now, I think it would be appropriate to strike all specifics, and it would still reflect what was heard.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. I mean, either we do every place that was named or we just generify it. And there is no representative of HDR present. Okay, thank you.
Would the clerk please take the roll on the Rogers Amendment to, as we now apparently say, generify?
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsma? Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis? Aye. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and all street names are removed from these passages. Now that that amendment has been adopted, will the clerk please take the roll on item 39 as fully generified?
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis? Aye. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and item 39 as adjusted by Councilmember Rogers' motion is accepted. Now on item 40, Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move item 40. This is not written, I'm not a planner, but I feel that we really need to have metrics, benchmarks, and policies to evaluate progress, how it's going to be measured, including identifying responsible parties, such as specific committees, departments, staff positions, charged with monitoring, implementation, and reporting outcomes. I don't feel we have this in the current document, so I think this is really essential. So if we want to increase affordable housing, which I believe we 100% do, and if we're at, say, right now, according to the, we're at 20% affordable housing, how much higher do we want that to go? We should have some sort of metrics that we're shooting for. So I know that's not going to happen here tonight. Again, I think we've done an awful lot of work on this as council members. I think that piece, though, does need to be fleshed out.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Is there a second? The motion.
So to have any kind of, like, what we're shooting for, our goals, to have some sense as to where we're going if we want to.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Rogers.
Is this not what the implementation chapter is supposed to be?
You mean the zoning?
No. There's an implementation chapter at the end of, I believe it's at the end of this document, which lays out how exactly we're going to implement it across the board. And I think a lot of these areas are going to be covered off in that.
Will be covered. Is that what you're saying? That
Yes.
that this will come back to us with the implementation pieces in it, and our goals, our metrics, and how it's going to be measured? So that's going to come back next time?
So there is an implementation chapter. And I'm sorry, Director Flax had started too.
I was going to say, in some cases, I don't think we'll have the specifics. For example, Housing for All is where we plan on having housing goals because it's, in essence, the implementation. So I think that to try to put housing goals, for example, in the comprehensive plan right at the moment while we're working on a strategic housing plan would be counterproductive. I think that we are not putting in other specific goals than the CARP goals to our sustainability portions. So I think that we have to really look at writing which cases we're going to be following, the specifics of the implementation plans, if you will, the strategic plans for each area. And we can certainly refer to that when we have those plans in the implementation section.
Councilor Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that key metrics are very explicitly enumerated in Chapter 3 on page 26. There's a dozen or so of them there. So I think we're covered.
Councilor Kelly, and then we'll move on.
Okay, so there are no key metrics that I'm talking about in terms of goals at all. I'm looking at page 26. We have some metrics there, but not, when we say we want to increase affordable housing, we should have some goals that we're shooting for. Not only affordable housing, but sustainability, everything. And there's nothing in here about that. And I read the APA's, best practice on creating, because we feel like we all have to read that now, the APA's, book on how to write a comprehensive plan, and they're very explicit that you're supposed to have metrics and describe how it's going to be measured, who's going to be responsible for measuring your goals, and we don't have any of that in here. So anyway, this document's been very difficult, throughout not having one firm that was in charge, and I know staff's worked very hard on this, but that is an essential component of a comprehensive plan.
Can I point out that in the implementation section, there is a year one post-adoption launch, assemble an interdepartmental implementation team to oversee initial rollout and coordination, year one action plan that identifies, all of that's in this plan.
Sir, what
as a
page?
step, these are action steps of the comprehensive plan. So I believe it's covered in there. It's going to be somewhat different in different parts of the plan, just because we're farther along in having concise and well-documented metrics in some areas and not as much in others. So it starts on page 20. No, 133, excuse me.
Yeah, so this is, right, no, I've seen this, but this doesn't have our metrics in terms of objectives, and that I feel we need to have in every area. It also does not describe who's going to be doing it, who's responsible for assessing success. So this is lacking in terms of everything that I read about that we should have. And I do think we should talk about we're at 20% affordable housing by the, IDA standards or whoever it is that measures those. And I think we all want to increase those. I mean, we're well above the 10% threshold. So we're exempt from having to provide a plan. So we should have goals like that. We should say we'd like to get to 1 out of 4 households is affordable. If that's what we want, then we should say we strive to get to 25%. But I think much of that's missing, as well as more concrete details about how success will be measured. We can't measure success if we don't have metrics and goals.
Councilor Burns.
Yeah, I think, my position is that should be included in our housing plan. And as, Chair ACDC, we're our next meeting, I think our next few meetings, we're going to be discussing the strategic housing plan. And that's certainly my expectation is everything you're talking about, Councilmember Kelly, should be included in that. And if we need to amend the housing language in the comp plan at some point to include those metrics that come out of the strategic housing planning process, we should do that. At least I believe we should do that. I also think affordable housing specifically is the council goal. So we also should have already or be in the process of developing goals and metrics and objectives for affordable housing specifically. So I think we have it covered in other processes. And again, we just need to go back once those are completed and maybe make an amendment to our comp plan just to add that information in. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Kelly, there's not a motion before us. Did you want to add something quickly?
So, yeah, I just want to add, and I appreciate that, Bobby, and I look forward to that in the strategic housing plan. However, it is more, I won't say a lot more, because housing is the most important cause here, but, it's Parks and Rec, it's our CARP goals, it's a lot of other things that are embedded in a comprehensive plan. So I do look forward to that. That is the most important one, but I do feel we should have clear metrics. And I see here, it's an interdepartmental implementation team. I mean, it would have been so helpful if we had had those teams that were supposed to have been formed during this whole process, which didn't get formed to carry this forward. So anyway, I still maintain that we should have metrics.
Okay. So on item 41, is there a motion then?
Item 40.
No, 41. So 40, the motion did not receive a second.
Oh,
So
okay,
now we're
so
moving on to 41.
okay, so we're moving on, in other words.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, so I move item 41.
Seconded.
Councilmember Kelly moves adoption of item 41. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we are very clearly here in Chapter 2, what we heard. I was not in every room. I did not review the raw data of the surveys. What did we actually hear? If we heard this, fantastic, let's leave it in. I think it's a good idea, but if we didn't hear it, then it shouldn't be here. I still think it's a good idea, and we've addressed this elsewhere in the policy-oriented chapters of the document.
Councilmember Kelly.
So we heard this loud and clear. This was stated over and over again, and it's in the recording from an NU City Committee meeting as well as, and that was the main, that meeting was held so that we could get community input, and that was the main thing we heard over and over again, and you can listen to that audio or watch the video or whatever we have available. So that's absolutely.
Chair, has this been seconded yet?
Yes, Councilmember Davis seconded this.
Okay, because I was going to second it. I don't think this is controversial. Shouldn't be.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Abstain.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor, 3 voting against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries and item 41 is accepted. Now on item 42, Councilmember Kelly.
I move item 42, Phase 3, third bullet point, add some before stakeholders. And I'll just move all this. And on page 5, this is really, I haven't reviewed this again lately, but okay. One workshop, that particular workshop, it was brought to my attention that was by invite only, just to have that mentioned there, by invite only. Page 7, integration of, it just feels like a loaded, unnecessary verbiage, language to be putting in there. I know a lot of people had concerns just the way that sentence was written, and that, if we're saying that white residents are less positive to new developments into neighborhoods. I think some folks felt that putting that word integration was intentionally loaded. So I asked to strike that. And then on page 9, add this was an event that was not open to the public. It was by invite only. And then on page 15, last bullet point, strike further develop and replace with preserve. So embrace the lakefront, preserve the lakefront and beaches as one of Evanston's main attractions. Can I stop there? Or should I keep going?
I think it's really clearly laid out, and so I would say I have no need for you to describe it since the pack has been public for several days. Councilmember Kelly moves the acceptance of item 42. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of these I can accept or accept with a minor revision. Some I am not comfortable voting on in favor of. If they're presented as a package, I think I'll have to vote no, but there are some changes I'd like to make. So
okay.
Why don't you make
handle this?
I would recommend that you make a motion to amend, like if there's specific aspects of this that you aren't comfortable with, you can make a motion to remove those aspects. And
let's take out 3, 5, and 7.
So take out, you mean?
And vote on the others.
Councilmember
5, 7, and 8.
So you mean, when you say take out, you mean for the sake of first voting on the others?
Yeah, so let's vote on 1, 2, 4, 6, and 9.
Okay.
So Councilmember Kelly, are you okay revising your amendment to do those 5, presuming that maybe those will be uncontroversial and we could?
Sure.
Okay. Councilmember Kelly adjusts her motion so that it includes the acceptance of only items 1, 2, 4, 6, and 9 of item 42. I think Councilmember Rogers, the second stands. Is that correct?
Correct.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries. And so the numbers 1, 2, 4, 6, and 9 in item 42 are adopted. That leaves items 3, 5, 7, and 8. I'm going to, Councilmember Davis.
I was going to move 5.
Is there a second?
40,
I'll second.
like 5?
Maybe we just go through these in order.
Well, Councilmember Davis's motion was in order. Is there?
I
is there-
seconded.
Councilmember Davis moves to accept number 5, the page 15 environment one. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you. I understand. I think what this is getting at, I am suggesting, and I'll make the motion, that we replace the word preserve with the word leverage. We're working on a lakefront protection ordinance. I think what we're trying to get at here is we need to not necessarily keep the lakefront as it is without doing anything ever, which the word preserve may lead one to that understanding. But the idea we're trying to get at here is we need to make more out of the asset that we have, which is the lakefront, and make better leverage that asset as one of our main attractions.
Second.
Councilmember Nusma moves to adjust number 5 so that the word preserve is replaced with the word leverage, and it now reads, embrace the lakefront. Leverage the lakefront and beaches as one of Evanston's main attractions. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Davis.
So, like, on a principle of environmentalism, I don't think that I do think that, like, where we're at as, like, a society is that we actually need to preserve, and we've actually done enough leveraging of nature in general. So I actually prefer the previous language. I'm not sure what you kind of have in mind for leveraging. Like, what does it mean to leverage a beach? Because the main concern currently is like preservation, conservation, lake erosion, things of that nature. And I thought that's what this was getting at. And I'll actually even say, like, in particular, so when we talk about preserving the beach, I actually thought that we meant making sure the beach still exists as well. So I think this is, like, to say leverage is actually completely different. I'm not sure, like, your worry was that if we didn't have preserve, if, like, preserve suggested that, like, I think you're proposing a completely second thing.
You know what,
I think
thank you for allowing me the opportunity to consider this more deeply. Since we are in the what we heard section and the environment section of what we heard, what I'm suggesting would not be appropriate. In fact, what I'm suggesting fits better into economic development or somewhere else, and I think we've probably already taken care of it there. So I am going to withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Nusma withdraws his motion, so the motion before us is just accept item number 5 and item 42. Councilmember Hadakaris, is your light no longer relevant? Will the clerk please? Nope.
Sorry, just to get to like original meaning, the initial, like what exists right now is further develop the lakefront and beaches as one of Evanston's main attractions, and the proposal is to change further develop with preserve. So in terms of like what we heard, I don't know if preserve and further develop are the same thing.
Councilmember Rogers.
Don't go away. A question for you then. Since this is under the environment section of what we heard,
Yeah.
further develop in terms of environment, what is that implying?
I'd have to go back and look at the raw data of what.
Because when I see further develop, I'm thinking economic development, leveraging the lagoon, those
Yep.
sorts of things,
Yeah.
which isn't really an environment thing. If it's, hey, we need to make sure we're preventing erosion and that requires some form of development
Then maybe
as
preserve
part of
is-
it,
right.
that makes sense to me in this particular sense.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, so I would, and the reason I wanted to change that is because I do remember studies, and particularly Smith Group that did a shoreline study, and overwhelmingly people came out to say, leave it natural. And that was, was published in the roundtable and a few other spaces that was when they had meetings at the library with residents, that was the takeaway. And so that's why this idea of further develop from those studies that I do recall and that have been published was about basically protecting, maintaining, keeping our lakefront natural. So unless I could see, I think that's my sense from everything I've heard and read from other studies that's what's been stated and said. So.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Hedekadis.
Yeah, so I'm curious too for Councilmember Rogers' point, because I could see develop meaning when paired with as Evanston's main attraction, maybe a little bit of what Councilmember Burns talked about previously as us advertising it as an asset that people visit and, beautifying in that type of way or maintaining in that type of way. And I'm curious as to where we're going with that.
The only other light I can shed upon this is that even though this was in the What We Heard section, the Land Use Commission made changes to this. So actually, it's the Land Use Commission's language that says further develop the lakefront and beaches as one of Evanston's main attractions. So, I could go back and watch that Land Use Commission meeting to see what that discussion was, but that complicates it even further. So it's tricky when we mess with the What We Heard section because we're now several layers removed from what was actually heard.
Well, I would like us to be as accurate as possible when we talk about taking away from nature, potentially. So, if that is, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that's where we were going with that. But if it is, I'd like us to be clear on it. So, does anyone have any ideas as to... Go ahead. I'll let...
Councilmember Hedekadis, followed by Kelly.
Yeah, I will agree that we are getting to a place where we shouldn't be with changing what we heard. But I think if we said embrace the lakefront and beaches as one of Evanston's main attractions, I think that would cover everyone's desires to preserve, and then we have the lakefront preservation ordinance coming up, and that will cover the real intent about we are preserving the native natural beauty, and then how do we also allow people to enjoy that at a cafe and things like that. So that's when we're going to get in the weeds with it, and I think we should just go with that.
So Councilmember Kelly, would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Absolutely. So we would just strike, embrace the lakefront.
And beaches as.
Just strike those four words.
So Councilmember Hedekadis, the peacemaker, makes the friendly amendment, so this now would read, embrace the lakefront and beaches as one of Evanston's main attractions.
Second.
I don't think it's a friendly amendment, so I need for a second. So we can just take a vote on the Councilmember Kelly, is your light no longer, okay. So let's take a vote on this, and again, it just would now read, embrace the lakefront and beaches as one of Evanston's main attractions.
Good.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And number 5, as adjusted by Councilmember Hedekadis, is accepted. That leaves numbers 3, 7, and 8 in item 42. Is there any motion relative to any of the? Councilmember Kelly.
So I'm just asking that we strike the word integration here, only because it's unnecessary. White respondents are less, I guess, positive about new developments in neighborhoods, only because of the association. The vast majority of the residents in
I'll
the
second.
first. Okay.
Councilmember Kelly moves acceptance of number 3 in item 42. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and number 3 is accepted. Now what's left is items 7 and 8. Is there a motion on either or both of these?
I will move the correction of the probably just a typo in number 7.
Seconded.
Councilmember Nusma moves acceptance of number 7. Councilmember Davis seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and number 7 is accepted. And finally, number 8, is there a motion on that? Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move to add a section of financial sustainability under key themes and priorities. This is something that we've heard over and over again about affordability. So I'd like to add that section under key themes and priorities.
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves the acceptance of number 8 in item 42. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Davis.
So I know that it was mentioned before that finances aren't quite what we put in the comprehensive plan, but I do wonder if, so when we talk very often about how we need to attract businesses in order to increase revenue, like tax revenue for the city. So if that's the reason why we're trying to attract businesses, should we not include our motivation for why we're trying to attract businesses, like mention that as a goal, even if it is kind of implicit? I think on the same note, on occasion, I do sometimes hear the argument that we want to grow population in order to reduce property taxes for everyone as well. I'm not sure if that actually is a goal of ours. I don't really hear it from, it's kind of a minority argument, but if it is, I'd like us to agree to that as an ideal, because I do think it's a wide policy. Also, I guess my next question, I have a question also for Councilmember Kelly. When you say section, you don't mean like a whole chapter. You mean like a mention, like a couple of bullets or something?
That
right?
would be it. Just a simple bullet point under key themes and priorities. This is definitely a priority of residents. This is something they want to
And
see.
just to be point of information, I think what Councilmember Kelly is suggesting is the text that's here,
Oh, that exact text.
correct?
Oh, okay.
I mean, if we want to elaborate, we can, but I think that's enough. That spells out the theme and the priority mentioned often by residents. So there could be bullet
Well,
points
so-
underneath it, but I don't think it's necessary.
Councilmember Davis, do you still have?
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe we've had this discussion already, and while fiscal accountability and improving budgeting transparency, controlling discretionary spending, all these things are good things, we are still in the what we heard section. And did we hear this? Was this message loud and clear received from the public engagement sessions and in the surveys? I don't believe it was.
It was not. I think if you wanted to add it as like, this is what you heard as council members at public comment or something like that, we could make that clarifying, little note, but otherwise it did not come up in the engagement we did in the first part of the comp plan process.
Councilmember Kelly.
So we also just had a hearing recently, and it definitely came up at that hearing, at our last hearing, public hearing, It also came up at my Envision Evanston workshops that I held over and over again. I mean, I don't, so, I mean, this was absolutely mentioned at our hearing, which I don't know if we've added that into the list of public engagements, but that should be added too, now that I'm mentioning it.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Sorry. If that was something we heard, I think we should write this differently, because this is like a statement rather than like, we will do this. I think it'd be more appropriate that residents hope that their financial burden will be lessened by the city maintaining efficient public services without unnecessary tax and fee increases. So I would be fine with adding this if we wrote it in a manner that was the feedback that you got. I know that might take, would you be okay tabling it and we can move on to the next one and you can email or?
Sure.
Just till the end of the meeting? I think that's.
I understand
yeah.
the will in there is a problem, but I think if we just took out the city will, because all these others have like enhance public spaces, maintain our parks, improve connections, improve sidewalks. So I think what if we just struck the city will? And it's just, because that's the way everything else is written in this section. So it's.
Yep, sure.
Are you making that as a friendly amendment, Councilmember?
Yeah, I don't have the language for this. That was a suggestion to rewrite it as like a what. So, I don't know, Councilmember Rogers, I think he has the.
Just change should and should.
What's it? The city should strengthen fiscal accountability by improving budgeting transparency, controlling discretionary spending, and prioritizing investments that enhance affordability and livability. These measures aim to, should reduce the financial burden. Does that? Should aim to.
Yep.
Councilmember Hadakaris
Councilmember Rogers.
Councilmember Rogers, I guess, ventriloquizes a friendly amendment to replace the first instance of the word will with should, and then to add the word should as well between the word measures and the word aim. That was accepted as a friendly amendment. I think Councilmember Davis is next.
Yeah, I was just going to add, in the what we heard section, there is no mention of property tax, and I highly doubt that we got through any meeting without someone complaining about property taxes. So I do think that there should be some type of reference in there in what we heard.
Councilmember Kelly.
I agree. I wouldn't mind an explicit language about property tax, but I think affordability, that was my intention, was to address that with the words of affordability and livability.
I think how you wrote it is fine. I'm just mentioning, I think that the financial burden aspect, even if the consultants didn't put it in, I feel very confident it was likely mentioned.
Okay, so this time what it says is the city should strengthen fiscal accountability by improving budgeting transparency, controlling discretionary spending, and prioritizing investments that enhance affordability and livability. These measures should aim to reduce the financial burden on residents by maintaining efficient public services without unnecessary tax and fee increases. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the adjusted number 8 in item 42 is accepted, completing our work on number 42. Councilmember Kelly, is there a motion on number 43?
Yes, I move item number 43 to strike Central Street and Noy Street, same thing. So I don't know if someone would like to.
No, that already got done. That was the end of 42.
Sorry. Okay, we just finished with the financial sustainability, right? Okay. Okay, so the part that's above that?
So there it says Chapter 3, Evanston Today, and then item 43 is right under the beginning of Chapter 3.
Okay, oh, gotcha. I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay. Okay, so I actually think this would be an improper rescinding or reconsidering. Sorry. I think this might be an improper reconsideration. I think we voted on this, but I continue to think that we should not be stating that, that the census has a hard time keeping records. I mean, I don't know what that's, is it that they have a hard time?
So I can speak to this. The U.S. Supreme Court, in one of their less publicized, deranged decisions of the last decade or two, has ruled that even though mathematicians and demographers know that they could do a better job of accurately counting people by using certain models and statistical samples and so on, that instead you're not allowed to. You're only allowed to do the census by counting human beings you can physically find. As a result, you know for sure that certain hard-to-find populations are just being undercounted, and that's just a fact of what the census tells us. And so what this is doing is kind of like reminding us, hey, these are populations that everyone knows and agrees the census is undercounting, but the courts won't let us get it right.
Right, but keeping records? I mean, so they say they do a bad job, but they only count certain. I understand all that about certain populations, but I don't see a place for this in a comprehensive plan. I think we provide what we have, we use the data that we have, but to say keeping records, I mean, it has a hard time keeping records. I understand you're saying it has a difficult time accessing the.
Yeah, I would recommend replacing keeping records on with just counting. Or in fact, I would recommend replacing keeping records on hard to count with counting certain.
Okay, and that's better, because I just wonder, like, what do you mean keeping records? It's a little, I'm sorry, but, okay, so, and again, one of my issues with this, that's fine, that's better, I appreciate that, has a difficult time, and is there, I mean, what do you mean a difficult time? Sorry, this just doesn't feel like language that you'd have in a comprehensive plan. So what are we trying to say here? I mean, what's the point, and what are we getting at? Because I've asked for like trends for 20 years. We don't have those. I know from CMAP we can get them. I guess I'm just feeling a little bit frustrated that we're moving forward with the comprehensive plan. We have snapshots. We have some, and I appreciate back to 2013. I've got some of that data for 10 years. But we really should be looking at trends to see where we are. And so I'm just trying to understand what the point is.
I think this paragraph that you're proposing to delete is just saying like, yo, we've got census data in this plan. Let's just remind ourselves that the census data undercounts certain populations and everyone knows it. And so we should bear that in mind when we make decisions based on the census data.
Okay, then we should have a cite where this is from. I mean, you should at least have a citation for that. I mean, you don't just say, oh, they have a hard time keeping records. I mean, this just looks a little, I think we should just have a citation, and you should, I agree, like change it to the Census Bureau does not provide accurate data on hard to count populations with a link and a citation. I mean, if we're going to say that, is that what you want to say? That it does not, so instead of has a hard time keeping records.
Again, just to reiterate, I would recommend changing this so it says the U.S. Census Bureau has a difficult time counting certain populations.
Why don't you just say it doesn't accurately count certain populations? It has a hard time?
That seems fine to me too.
Okay, so then, but I would ask that we have a citation as to where
we've got some that we can put in there. No
Put the citation
problem.
there where and I'm not doubting it.
Yeah, we pulled some up. We'll add them.
Right, okay. So you want to say this, the U.S. Census Bureau keeps inaccurate records of hard to count populations? Or how do
I would just say inaccurately count certain populations.
Inaccurately counts, okay.
Is there a second? Councilmember, sorry, I had to defend the mathematicians for a second there. I'll shut up now. Councilmember Kelly moves to, instead of deleting the paragraph, adjusting it so that it reads, while reviewing the census data, it is important to note that the U.S. Census Bureau inaccurately counts certain populations, and then continues as goes on. Councilmember Newsma seconds. There's lots of lights on. Are the lights still? Rogers and Councilmember Rogers.
I have just a quick thing. I would like to change the language people who identify as LGBTQ plus as opposed to people who are. I think that's how most of us in the communities tend to identify as opposed to are.
Is there a second? Or actually, wait, Councilmember Kelly, would you accept that as a friendly amendment? Councilmember Rogers makes a friendly amendment to additionally change the word "are" to the words "identify as" in the LGBTQ plus bullet. So that's accepted as a friendly amendment. And now would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and this paragraph is retained with the 2 changes previously described. Now on item 44, I am not seeing a council member identified in this item. Does someone have a motion here? Councilmember Newsma moves acceptance of item 42. Councilmember Newsma moves acceptance of item 44. Councilmember Harris seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and item 44 is accepted. Could I please have order in the chamber? Thank you for providing order in the chamber so we can have an orderly discussion here. Now on item 45, Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, this was something I had put in to use the term compatible as opposed to varied, making sure that, if we're looking at something downtown, it's something that fits in downtown. If it's something that's in a residential neighborhood, it fits with a residential neighborhood. If it's a mixed use, it fits to mixed use. So not trying to just shoehorn every type of housing into every district, but keeping residential compatible housing, residential as residential, mixed use in mixed use districts, those sorts of things.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves acceptance of item 45. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
I'd like to keep the term varied in there, but I get what you're saying about residential neighborhoods. So I have an alternative suggestion. What if we made it read, promote the development of varied housing types in all residential neighborhoods?
That's fine.
Friendly amendment.
Councilmember makes a friendly amendment so that this now reads, promote the development of varied housing types in all residential neighborhoods? Okay. Promote the development of varied housing types in all residential neighborhoods. And that's accepted as a friendly amendment. And so would the clerk please take the roll?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the slightly adjusted item 45 is accepted. Now, item 46. Councilmember Kelly, do you have a motion?
So I move item 46 to include measuring environmental impacts from construction through demolition. Sorry, I move item 46 to include measuring environmental impacts from construction through demolition should be used to account for all sources of greenhouse gases, including those produced during daily operations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves the acceptance of item 46. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
I believe we have discussed this at least once, if not twice, voted it down at least once, if not twice. I'm happy to vote it down again now. Quite frankly, I think this is an anti-high-rise red herring. The assertion that tall buildings are less climate-friendly than shorter buildings is debatable on its merits, but hypothetically, even if it were true, in the control volume of that building alone, it does not take into consideration the holistic benefits of transit-oriented development in terms of transportation emissions, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Councilmember Kelly.
So this is a very standard measurement across the world in terms of greenhouse gases for buildings to include construction through demolition, whether it's a small building or a big one. So I think we'd be remiss if we really have our CARP goals to omit this part of measuring greenhouse gases.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
You definitely voted on this already, but no.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Nope.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
It's just a test of everyone's memory and consistency. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and item 46 is not accepted. Now on item 47, is there a motion?
I'll move approval of item 47.
Second.
Councilmember Hadakaris moves acceptance of item 47. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I met with staff and we talked about this a little bit. I feel a little uncomfortable with the neighborhood centers as where we are with listing certain ones and not others. I would recommend that we look at just saying neighborhood centers will be identified later or something along those lines instead of calling out some and saying we'll add others later. Because not all of these necessarily are historic commercial districts, in my opinion, of some of the ones we list here. And so I would prefer that that just be removed, the list of the specific neighborhood centers that are called out.
Sorry, so I want to make sure I'm following. You are proposing to remove not the corridors, which is the first list of bullets,
Correct.
or the primary centers or the secondary centers, but rather the neighborhood centers, which is the 4th list of bullets.
Which lists Church and Dodge, Greenleaf and Florent, et cetera.
Is that accepted as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Councilmember Rogers makes a friendly amendment to remove the neighborhood centers, which are Church and Dodge, Greenleaf and Florence, Main and Dodge, Oakton, Asbury, and others as identified. And so that's accepted as a friendly amendment. Councilmember Hadakaris.
I was just going to ask for clarification from Councilmember Rogers. I'm good.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And item 47, as adjusted by Councilmember Rogers' friendly amendment, is accepted. Now on item 48, Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So this is to address regionalism, which I feel is also ostensibly lacking in the document. So I feel strongly that we should have in these areas, on each of these areas that I included them with regard to, regional transportation infrastructure, environmental goals, and recreation and parks. All of these we should have a statement as to how we're going to promote sort of a regionalism or an approach and measures to collaborate with surrounding communities. So these are short statements that I feel should be in each of these sections. I don't know that, in terms of an action, I think that is the action, and it doesn't need to have a list of specific what you do. But I think it should be a goal to strengthen regional collaboration, partnerships, and intergovernmental cooperation to support and enhance local and regional infrastructure systems and essential public services, share knowledge, and learn best practices to promote greater resilience, efficiency, and equity. I think this is in the section of infrastructure, but just like when we get to the transportations, when we're doing our bike paths, we should work those out in collaboration with Chicago, Skokie, Wilmette, so our bike paths don't just end without taking into consideration working regionally. So that's what that's about. And I think it's really important that that's something that we strive to strengthen, those partnerships. So this is in the community systems. Should I do each one separately, or?
It's certainly not necessary from my
All
standpoint.
right, so I'm going to go ahead and move then item 48 to strengthen regional collaboration. It says here no actions proposed. That is in itself an action to strengthen that collaboration and partnership as regards regional infrastructure systems, essential services, best practices to promote greater resilience, efficiency, and equity.
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves the acceptance of item 48. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I endorse the concept. I don't think we need to add it as an action in community systems because we have in numerous actions throughout the document acknowledged the necessity of collaborating with, with partners. One example, in getting around GA 1.2, collaborate with transit partners. GA 1.3, work with transit agencies. There are other such examples. I don't think we need to add the language as proposed because we've already got the concept kind of embedded throughout the document.
Councilmember Kelly.
So you're saying 1.2, CS 1.2?
GA 1.2 and GA 1.3.
Okay, so I'm looking in this specific section.
Are just some examples within the
I don't-
transportation section. We can
Well,
look at
right
any
now
other.
in the infrastructure, regional infrastructure. So I don't see anything that explicitly encourages strengthening those partnerships. Again, regionalism is something that should be embedded throughout our comprehensive plan. And these are short statements that I think make sense to include. And they've each have been adapted for each of these sections. But I don't see anything with regard to infrastructure.
Policy number 1 under getting around is work with regional transit partners
Right,
to
but we're in
improve
the other section.
Evanston's transit network. So you're right. Partnerships, collaboration outside of Evanston, super important. I think we already acknowledge that within individual actions.
Okay, so in the first part, can you just direct me to where that is stated for the infrastructure on pages 50
I'm
and 58?
citing some examples and getting around. There are others, starting with page 68.
Okay. In the community systems?
Not in community systems. I'm suggesting we don't need to put it in community systems because it's already sprinkled throughout the,
But this would
as
be.
it's relevant.
Okay. I do think this is very important for community systems, that we strengthen our regional partnerships and collaboration for all those reasons stated here. And I feel it should be in community systems. I don't see it anywhere in here. And there's a lot we can gain from collaborating with regionally. Sorry.
Can I ask a clarifying question, please? So what's proposed here says adding a policy statement. That would be sort of a big umbrella, and then there would be multiple action statements underneath. So is that what you're saying, or are you suggesting adding an action statement somewhere?
Yeah, so I guess, I'm sorry. So yes, it was a policy statement, and I understand these are all big with they each have, 4.1, 4.2. Bandwidth, I didn't do it, but I do think it's important. But I also think as a policy statement without the steps, it stands alone.
I just want to make sure, because you said these are short and not, but you are saying the policy statements with the things underneath. I just want to make sure we're talking
Right,
about
that
the
would
same
be
thing.
the ideal, but I
Okay.
think even if we didn't have time to put those steps, I think that this stands alone as a policy statement, even though it doesn't have, each of the steps underneath.
I understand.
So I think the motion before the council is still to accept item 48. No one else is seeking recognition. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the statement is not added, or the item is not accepted. Now on item 49, Councilmember Kelly.
So this is similar, and I know it's somewhat similar in the first item, but strengthen regional collaboration partnerships and intergovernmental cooperation to enhance local and regional transportation infrastructure, improve mobility, and support a more connected and efficient transportation network. And I know Councilmember Newsma, I think this is broadens a little bit number 1, the policy statement, work with regional transit partners to improve Evanston's transit network coverage, more service levels, and further vehicle decarbonization efforts. I think this just expands that and deepens that commitment. So I would say that this would replace number 1. So I'm sorry, but in these policy statements, if Allison here, these are all just listed without bullet points, right? Under getting around, they don't have, it really is just like 1 through 13, and each is a policy statement without bullet points.
That's just the summary. So if you keep going, then you'll see each one broken down with all of the actions listed underneath it.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so I would add this again. I think we need a section that, again, describes how we collaborate, how we improve our collaboration with our surrounding community partners. So I don't, let's see, 1 moment. Okay, I'm going to strike this if I can, but I would like to add to learn best practices. I think this is working regionally, we just gain a lot. I would like to add to page 68, number 1, where it says work with regional transit partners to improve Evanston's transit network coverage, enhance service levels, and advance transit vehicle decarbonization efforts. Share knowledge, learn best practices to promote greater resilience, efficiency, and equity. Just to add that to that first number 1.
Can you repeat what you're adding?
Yes, I'm just adding to number 1 on page 68, comma, after efforts, share knowledge, learn best practices to promote greater resilience, efficiency, and equity.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, could you repeat it one more time?
So let me repeat it, Councilmember, just to make sure I got it right. So this is now on page 68 in item 1, after the word efforts, to add.
Hold on. Let me change that. Sorry. I apologize. Okay, I'm going to strike this one altogether.
Okay, so there's no motion on item 49. So we now go to item 50, Councilmember Kelly.
Okay. Okay, so item 50, again, this is to bring a regional approach to our climate. So adding a policy statement. Adding a policy statement to the climate action, which is strengthen regional collaboration, partnerships, intergovernmental cooperation to support and advance local and regional environmental goals, share knowledge, and adopt best practices for greater collective impact. And Jonathan, I don't think this is in here. I don't see anything that makes reference to.
10.3 sort of says a
10.3.
similar thing.
It's close. It's shoreline communities. So, I mean, I'd be fine if we just wanted to add this to 10.3, because I would advise not only shoreline communities, but all communities, nearby communities. A regional strategy should include all surrounding communities.
So forgive me, Councilmember, I'm not fully following.
It's also in 7.2, like work together with regional and state regulator. Like it's embedded throughout the document. So I guess that's what my objection is.
Okay, so yes, but again, that's only in reference to the lake, which is great. But I feel like we should work regionally in terms of environmental practices overall, not just with regard to the lake. But if council feels just in reference to the lake, if that's sufficient.
I have a comment, Chair.
Pardon?
So Councilmember Kelly, you still have the floor if you want it, and if not, we'll go.
I would say, I would just add it as one more bullet point, for all surrounding communities. Strengthen regional collaboration on all fronts, not just the lakefront.
So, and forgive me, I'm a little bit lost here. Where you want this added?
So this would be added as this would be actually added as so we have lakefront protection. It was supposed to be an overarching regional direction to collaborate regionally. But I see that it is identified in 2 areas throughout for the lake alone. So I'm going to strike that for now. I suppose there could be a separate item added for each subcategory about regional collaboration, and I think this doesn't fit in there. So I don't know if I can bring it back with a separate item under each subcategory.
So do you have something on 51 then, or do you want to hold that as well?
I'll hold it.
And so then your plan, so then what do you want to do about it then?
So I would like to just write under each of the categories rather than one subheading besides the lakefront. So for environmental, regional collaboration on each of the other, like the optimizing ecosystems, tree canopy, each of those, some regional collaboration. Bring that back.
So do you want to make that motion now?
Sure. So I'd like to add a regional collaboration and partnership for under each of the subcategories in the environmental section, under policies and actions. So minus the ones that are there already for the lakefront.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Okay, this brings us to the end of our packet. First of all, Councilmember Burns did make an amendment to the section, you guys will recall items 6 and 7 within the consent items that were proposed by Councilmember Rogers, where we were talking about parks. Councilmember Burns wanted to reserve the opportunity to make a change. He sent a change that's been forwarded to you guys by Luke at 8:37 p.m. That change is to replace, although park accessibility is high, the supply does not necessarily meet the community's growing needs or provide equitable facilities and services, by explaining what's meant by park accessibility being high as follows. Although park accessibility is high in Evanston, as 100% of residents live within a 10-minute walk of a park, meeting the national benchmark for equitable access, the overall supply does not fully meet the community's growing needs or provide equitable facilities and services. Councilmember Burns, do you want to, is that a motion to make that change?
Yep, so moved. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Hedegati seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, I just think this kind of contradicts itself a little bit in saying that 100% of our residents are within a 10-mile walk, and yet we don't meet, the supply does not meet the community's growing needs. Could you clarify that a little bit, please, Councilmember Burns?
Yeah, my amendment, only addresses, what I'm trying to do is put in something that shows that we are aligned with national standards, to your earlier point. Because if I understood you correctly, your concern was that we were using this outdated standard that was kind of no longer used by, different organizations. Well, this one is. So if we want to include some language that aligns with national standards, this would be the one to include because we're meeting it. And if we are going to talk about parks, I just think it's important that we include this, because what it feels like we're getting at is like in some ways we're falling short, and we can continue to represent that in this language. I'm just saying we certainly should also say where we're meeting standards, and this is a clear area where we are. Now, whether or not we keep the other language, honestly, is up to the group. I just wanted to make sure we had some kind of fact-based information in there.
Councilmember Davis.
I would like to make an amendment that we just strike the overall supply part and just say that park accessibility is high. I haven't gotten complaints that we need more parks. So, and in discussions that I have with people, I feel like a lot of people say that we do pretty good on parks. So if the sentiment that we're getting at is that park accessibility is high and we're meeting a point where we're coming up with conflicting statements, I think we should just say that we have enough parks.
So are you proposing to strike although and everything after access?
Probably just park accessibility is high in Evanston, as 100% of residents live within a 10-minute walk of a park, meeting the national benchmark for equitable access. So maybe striking although and then everything after the third comma.
Councilmember Burns, would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
All right, well, we probably should put this back into the larger context, because I'm trying to find it now, and I should have just included all the language. But this is based on, Mayor Biss, the language that you sent over.
Correct.
Earlier,
So I can,
hopefully people.
Yeah, I can read out loud what it would say with Councilmember Davis's friendly amendment, if that helps. It would say the following.
Sure, let's start there.
Evanston has a community-centric park system with the majority of its open space serving at the neighborhood scale. 221 acres of open space are neighborhood parks, which are defined as featuring active recreation fields, facilities, and playgrounds. Additionally, there are 63 acres designated for community parks, larger parks which offer active fields and diverse facilities, in addition to specialized district uses and community facilities like a community center. Evanston provides 11.2 acres of beaches, 1.3 acres for tot lots, and 61 acres of undefined open space, ensuring a varied and inclusive recreational landscape for its residents. Undefined open spaces can provide similar access to relaxation and recreation while contributing habitats, biodiversity, and stormwater resilience. Evanston lags significantly behind median peer communities in parkland per resident. Park accessibility is high in Evanston, as 100% of residents live within a 10-minute walk of a park, meeting the national benchmark for equitable access. Because the city is already built out and unlikely to acquire new land, the city must prioritize current park maintenance. So basically, those last three sentences. Sentence one says, we're behind median peer communities. Sentence two says, but actually we meet the standard. And sentence three says, hey, we're not going to get a bunch of new parks, so we need to prioritize maintenance.
Yeah. And so Councilmember Davis is suggesting that we change that to what? Are you saying?
No, that was Councilmember Davis's change. That was with her change.
Will we still have Evanston lags significantly behind median peer communities and parkland per resident in there?
I won't speak for Councilmember Davis. I guess I'm about to. Maybe Councilmember Davis can speak for herself.
Oh, yeah, we can strike that part too. Look, so this is a question. Are we planning to we're saying at the end of this that we cannot acquire more parkland. I have not heard any plans to acquire more parkland. So therefore, the natural conclusion is that we believe we have enough parkland. I know that maybe it isn't super fun to say, but when we, if a school closes, will we be buying that land and demolishing the school just to have another park? That's not that's no one's suggestion. We've emphasized that if new land comes up, we're probably going to use it for housing. So parks are not a priority. And again, to Councilmember Burns's point, if everyone's within a 10-minute walk of a park, where are we going with that?
Yeah, I guess if we take Evanston lags out, everything, and then just end it with because the city is already built, no. Honestly, all of that can be taken out for me. And I just want to make sure, I'm trying to understand if that's what you're recommending.
Yes, that is what I'm recommending.
As soon as you say Evanston lags behind, now it's okay, well, if we're going to say that, we got to also add some other data points, which that's where the 10-minute, thing comes in. But if we're going to remove all that, then I'm good with that.
So I think I want to make sure I understand this correctly. I think what just happened, and please tell me if I'm wrong, Councilmember, is Councilmember Davis proposed a friendly amendment that just cuts a bunch of stuff, that cuts the sentence about Evanston lagging significantly, and then also cuts the sentence about accessibility being high and the 10-minute walk and all that, and then goes straight to because the city is already built out and unlikely to acquire new land, the city must prioritize current park maintenance. Councilmember Davis, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is Councilmember Davis's friendly amendment, which Councilmember Burns accepts. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Newsma.
So I just want to point out there's a big difference between green space and the number of parks you have. And you can have a lot of little tiny parks, and we are lagging behind, and I certainly don't want to see that taken out. And I do think maybe there is room to add green space. So I want to be really careful with that. I mean, our community thrives because of our green space. I'm looking right now at the Park Strategic Plan where they talk about increasing tree canopy and green space, the need to do that. So, in no way do I want to just say because you can walk to a little park, that's enough. That's not enough. And green space really is what makes a city, healthy and thriving. And so that should absolutely remain in there. Again, you could have a gazillion little tiny parks and, that might not add up to much. And we are lagging behind. So, and again, looking here at the strategic plan is to increase tree canopy and green space. And I think that's an important plan and we should adhere to it.
Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just kind of want to zoom out and restate some facts so we're all operating off of the same information. If you go by number and location of parks, we're actually pretty good. Evanston residents, by and large, can get to a park within a 10-minute walk. So by that metric, yes, check, we're good. However, those parks tend to be small, and if you add up the total amount of parkland per resident, We are less than half of the national average, which is 10.2 acres, and almost half of our peer communities, which was 9.8 acres. So, yeah, we have a lot of parks, but they're small. Those two things are true statements. They are not contradictory. They're just different ways of looking at parkland. So I don't want to de-emphasize either one of those. I think there's room to acknowledge both of those things as being true. Acknowledge that we would love to have more parkland, as difficult, if not impossible, as that might be. And we're not explicitly setting a policy to go acquire more parkland, but we're noting that we could use more if the opportunity so arose. So I'm not sure where I'm kind of wrapped around the axle in the amendments that are being proposed to the language, but let's just keep our eye on those facts. Hopefully we can all agree on those facts and figure out the words that get us through this safely.
Councilmember Burns, is your hand up again, or is that a ghost hand?
No, I was up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm cool with a lot of different scenarios. I'm cool with just adopting the language that I provided, put a lot of thought into it, worked on it for a decent amount of the meeting, also trying to keep up with everything else. I'm cool with just adopting that. I'm cool with removing everything that we just talked about. I'm cool with also providing more information about their small parks. I guess what I'm trying to do is just stick to the data. What is the data telling us? And one of the things it's telling us is that 100% of Evanston residents are 10 minutes from a park. Now, if we also want to include the nuance of some of them are small, we can do that. But I don't think we should omit the fact that we are meeting the national standard when it comes to park accessibility. That's a fact.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I want to say it's not only about having parks for the pleasure of it. Obviously, green space also acts as sponges for stormwater, for rainwater, absorbing rainwater and reducing runoff. So I think there's a lot of reasons why we want to, if we can, expand our green space, not just because it's a lovely amenity to have nearby. So. And again, I'm also reading in the parks piece, they said in public workshops, increased green infrastructure was one of the most popular overall strategies proposed. So.
Okay. So the motion before the council was made by Councilmember Burns and then amended in a friendly fashion by Councilmember Davis. And this is like a pretty minimalist version. This is the one that takes what was done earlier in the evening and just removes the second to last and third to last sentences. So it goes from like the description that Councilmember Rogers pulled out of the park plan and then cuts straight to, because the city has already built out and unlikely acquire new land, the city must prioritize current park maintenance. Would the clerk please take the roll on that amendment?
So real quick, because it doesn't seem like that'll have support, so I will remove my support of that friendly amendment and just take it back to my amendment. And if anybody wants to add the additional language, they can, but I feel like my amendment at least improves the language that we have in front of us today.
Councilmember Burns withdraws his acceptance of the friendly amendments. The amendment before the council this time is now the following. What it does is it takes what was passed earlier in the evening and then it grabs this one sentence. Although park accessibility is high, the supply does not necessarily meet the community's growing needs or provide equitable facilities and services, and replaces it with this sentence. Although park accessibility is high in Evanston, as 100% of residents live within a 10-minute walk of a park, meeting the national benchmark for equitable access, the overall supply does not fully meet the community's growing needs or provide equitable facilities and services.
That's been seconded?
Yeah.
Great.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I just think when you say the overall supply, it sounds like you're referring to the parks themselves, which do meet. I think we should be making reference to our green space. Because when you say the overall supply doesn't meet it, but then you said it does.
Councilmember Kelly makes a friendly amendment to add of green space. So now it would read the overall supply of green space does not fully meet the community's growing needs or provide equitable facilities and services. Councilmember Burns, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so what we now have is an amendment that is very similar to what Councilmember Burns emailed earlier and what I just read, except now, instead of saying the overall supply does not fully meet, it says the overall supply of green space does not fully meet. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the amendment as changed by the friendly amendment from Councilmember Kelly is adopted. There's now a few items in my inbox that I'm just going to go to next. Let's see. One is from Councilmember Suffredin and 2 are from Councilmember Davis. So let's start with Councilmember Suffredin and going in ward order. Councilmember Suffredin, do you want to describe your proposed amendment?
Sure. It's just as the language in recognition of Evanston's many distinct neighborhoods and communities, as noted in Chapter 5 of the Comprehensive Plan, the guidelines set forth in the Comprehensive Plan shall be applied and implemented as appropriate on a ward-by-ward basis.
And where do you want that to go?
I don't have the whole document in front of me, so I'm not sure where it needs to go. We do have neighborhoods and districts several times throughout the document.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a specific split, that's fine too. It will not be hard to put it somewhere appropriate.
I will trust staff with this pass.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Suffredin moves to add the following sentence. In recognition of Evanston's many distinct neighborhoods and communities as noted in Chapter 5 of the Comprehensive Plan, the guidelines set forth in the Comprehensive Plan shall be applied and implemented as appropriate on a ward-by-ward basis. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm obviously just now seeing this language for the first time. And my initial reaction is concern that we might end up with 9 different zoning flavors based on there being 9 different wards. And I think it's important that at the end of this process, we have a holistic plan that works for the entire community, and we don't have a balkanized zoning system based on wards. That's all for now.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
What, sorry? No.
Say again?
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Oh, Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion carries, and this language will be added into the comprehensive plan. Now we have 2 items from Councilmember Davis. The first is an email that was sent at 6. Well, I'll ask you to explain one at a time.
Yeah, so I sent it at 6:22. I'll read it out loud. It says evaluate and develop solutions addressing cultural factors that contribute to the housing crisis, including Americans' increasing demand for greater square footage, expectations for multiple auxiliary rooms such as living rooms and full kitchens, and preferences for privacy amenities and low-density living. When I observed the strategic housing plan, it seems it was stated in there that our population has been stable over the past 10 years, but we have added 1,600 housing units. I think one of the things that's maybe under-discussed in the affordable housing discourse is how we have increased the amount of square footage that we expect that we have per person in locations. And I think that solutions at identifying that are kind of two-pronged in that it's not just about changing zoning, but also changing perspective of people and what they expect out of their living conditions, and also trying to encourage people to have more preferences for housing that is more beneficial for the broader community. So I'd like us to consider that, think about it, and add into here ideas and solutions for that. If I were to give a particular example, we've mentioned a couple of times how you might have empty nesters staying in a 4,000 square foot house, and perhaps that is not the best use of space, and maybe we might want to, as a community, encourage people to consider alternatives. So looking into those aspects, for example, and seeing what we can do to, I guess, bring more public notice to these issues and to inspire people to make different choices. So that's the point of the provision, and that's it.
And this goes in housing section,
Yeah.
H1.x.
Wherever they want. So that's what I'm moving and looking for a second.
I'll second.
Councilmember Davis moves to add the following action item: evaluate and develop solutions addressing cultural factors that contribute to the housing crisis, including Americans' increasing demand for greater square footage, expectations for multiple auxiliary rooms such as living rooms and full kitchens, and preferences for privacy, amenities, and low-density living. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please? Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, Councilmember Davis, you're raising some good questions here, and these are, it would be interesting to dig into those details. I am wondering if this is already included in H1.2, which is the housing needs assessment, and that's already underway. So I'd just be interested to hear staff's reaction to this proposal, and is it something that would it be helpful to adopt this motion, or is this work already happening?
I think it's maybe somewhat duplicative, but I think that it's pointing out a specific issue that is kind of at the heart of what we've been talking about this whole time, and I think it's helpful to pull it out and make it exclusively its own thing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Yeah, I think this touches, I'm trying to find the, in the housing plan, in the Housing for All plan, there's a affordability, I hate to say tax, being proposed on larger luxury developments to kind of disincentivize those being built. If I don't, so the one thing, if I can suggest a friendly amendment, because I don't think all Americans have an increased desire to live in bigger homes. I mean, I think that's a subset of the population. You do see, smaller homes being bought and then, become McMansions. Some people like 2,000, 3,000, I don't think that's everybody. Younger people definitely want to have smaller living is something that people also like. So I think if you take the friendly amendment to say, including some Americans increasing demand.
So what I'm getting at is that the average amount of square footage per American in a home has increased by at least a couple hundred square feet. So we can change it to average American if you'd prefer. But it is an overall trend. It's not I wouldn't say it's like a minority or a subset, but I also see Sarah making faces. So if you have a suggestion of what you think is most accurate.
I'm not sure it is a trend currently.
We had a short period of time when people were making smaller houses overall, and then it started creeping back up. Okay. And there is back to a growing demand for bigger and bigger and bigger spaces. And as you pointed out, a lot of it is stuff that isn't really used. But we have some people who have spoken very eloquently about how they, this plays into climate action too, because people who have smaller homes are more efficient. And I think there is something that we can do to really try to encourage that approach as a community. If we're saying that, reducing our carbon footprint is important, large houses with very few people in them really isn't very effective at that. So I agree with you. It's something we have to look at, and I don't know quite how easy and successful it will be, but I think it's something that we need to talk about more, and that's one of the things that, as Councilmember Harkar said, Marin County in California had kind of established a basic size that if you made a unit that was over that size, you had to pay. It's kind of like a luxury tax, I guess. And actually, they had 2 levels of it. And that money then went into their affordable housing fund. So I think that there are ways we can both incentivize looking at smaller and more efficient houses. And I also think there are some things that we've been talking about in the building division. You know, right now, there's sort of this established, a bedroom to have 2 people live in it should be at least 100 square feet. Well, you know, some people, if you're making a small unit, you don't want to put so much space into your bedroom because you're not going to spend that much time there. So there are certain floor plans that don't work well and don't actually follow many of the building regulations. And that's something that we're starting to look at and see if there are ways we can even amend code that limits that.
Thank you. Councilmember Heracautis, with that in mind, do you have an alternative to some that you might want to propose instead?
I think, because as I'm, I just saw this, so it's, yeah, well, it's this is where we get things sprung on us. I also think what's happening, there's a shrinking population that can actually afford to buy a home. And I think it's the gap between the have and have-nots is getting bigger. And so folks that can buy a home, they're affluent and they do like having more space. I'd say including average American homeowners increasing demand, because I think people who are established and already have the home, I think, are seeing that trend. But people who don't have access to home ownership don't necessarily have those same desires and needs. So instead of some, I think average American homeowners or American homes. I don't know. Would any of those work?
No, but if you make a motion, I'll second it and we can poll the other city council members.
Okay. I will move to strike or add some American homeowner, or let me see here. Councilmember Rogers, any ideas? Including evaluate, okay.
I'll take that as a friendly, actually. I thought it was a little awkward when I reread it just now.
Okay. Sorry for being awkward. So,
Councilmember Nusma just jumps right in, makes a friendly amendment to strike the word Americans, which is accepted as a friendly amendment by Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Hadakatis, you still have the floor if you want it.
No, that sounds good.
Councilmember Kelly.
So the only issue I have with this is it feels like we're talking about just attracting like the income bracket, the folks of a certain income bracket to our city. Working class folks, and I'm not saying that, all levels of income don't want space, but I mean, this really does apply more to upper income population. And so I think there should be some qualifier in there, and that's why I'm so interested in conservation districts where we do have many, many, many hundreds of very small homes on small lots that should be preserved. People are absolutely delighted to live in those spaces. And so I agree. I think it's crazy, people who need 5 bathrooms in their house. I mean, it's gone over the top. But I think that might need to be qualified because that certainly applies to a certain income bracket. It's not all across the spectrum for low income and working people. This need to have all these auxiliary rooms. So, and it feels like we're talking like as if our town was 100%, as if we didn't have 20% low income housing, which we do. So I guess that to me, that looks like we're describing a city that's all mansions. So.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
I think Councilmember Davis's point is that we're trying to stop the trend from going that way. And so this is just identifying that we need to evaluate why that happens and how we can create policy so that it doesn't continue to happen. I don't know, Councilmember Davis, if you want to.
No, that's right. Councilmember Kelly, what language are you suggesting be added or removed?
So I guess I would say I would want to see include policies that protect that word, that dreaded word, neighborhoods, I would say, are traditionally lower working class neighborhoods of small homes. I mean, I think that's part of the problem is that we will open it up. And we do have some language in there about institutional investors that do that will buy a small house and turn it into a McMansion. So I guess I would want to see some language in there that suggests in order to do that, one of the solutions to address that is to protect what we do have that is not these large homes. So, I mean, if you feel like that's included in there, that if that's embedded in what's said there, then I can accept it.
Do you want to strike low-density living from that? Is that like the...
Strike what?
Low-density living at the end of that? Is that what you're getting at?
Let's see. Low-density living. I guess I would strike low-density living.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Yeah, so just
Councilmember Kelly
privacy
makes-
amenities.
Councilmember Kelly makes a friendly amendment to replace privacy, amenities, and low-density living with privacy and amenities, which is accepted as a friendly amendment by Councilmember Davis. So I want to read the whole thing before I call for a vote. It now reads, evaluate and develop solutions addressing cultural factors that contribute to the housing crisis, including increasing demand for greater square footage, expectations for multiple auxiliary rooms such as living rooms and full kitchens, and preferences for privacy and amenities. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the suggestion as modestly amended is accepted. I believe Councilmember Davis just resent the updated language around. Is that right, Councilmember?
Yes.
Okay. And now you have another item, Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I would like to move to change H 2.1 to say, identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for unit housing in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options and mixed use in downtown districts. If doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use process. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan.
Second.
Councilmember Davis moves to amend H 2.1 as just enumerated. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the Councilmember Newsma?
So I'm a little bit technology challenged tonight because my laptop email isn't working. Can staff remind us where we are with this particular item? Because we discussed H 2.1 at some length in our last meeting. And
Yeah, give us just 1 second to pull up the recent. can't I get this? Why won't this happen?
Do we have executive session after this? We don't know what the current language for 2.1 is.
Walk them through what's happening here. And then, for some reason, my email won't pull up, but. Okay, we can try and talk through this together. So here are our notes. We started with develop and implement policies that expand by right residential development, including small-scale multi-unit housing in all residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts, subject to lot size requirements and other standards. Then we've got a few motions that failed either for lack of second or they failed through a vote. Then we have Councilmember Burns added language in an email that says, now my computer is not working, hold on. Something very similar, but slightly different. Oh my God. It's like having me sign in. Are you kidding me right now? Which says, identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential districts and a range of higher density options in mixed use and downtown districts. If doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. But hold on, we're going through, oh yeah. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. Then, you got it? Yeah, that was the one. Okay. And then we had amended language to add downtown districts. There was a friendly amendment for that. Okay, and we ended with this, correct? To eliminate by right, add back in by right, replace identify and but that failed. Okay, so here we go. This is where we landed. Identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts. If doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process.
We took that out.
An option 2.
We put that somewhere else. That's
what we had, but. And then these changes would not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendation outlined in the strategic housing plan. Oh, you want to know why? Because this is one meeting prior. Yes. Yep. Okay. So that happened at, this is which meeting? Wait, what does it say? Housing motions? Okay. So we've got to go to 9:15. Do you have notes from 9:15? Oh, this is 9:15. This is it. Oh, no. Okay. So this is not the language from Bobby. Okay.
Can I? Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Evanston Tomorrow Housing Chapter Implementation.
You're gonna have to tell him.
Burns Evanston Tomorrow language into a bullet point. Why did we do this in 2.1? Okay, that's fine. Reducements replacement of 2.1 with approved additions from above. What approved additions from above?
Hold on. So there's a happy coincidence that we need to take a pause anyways for Anderson. So the city council will stand at ease for a few minutes. We're going to do three things all at once. There'll be a tech revolution effectuated in the back room. There will be a content revolution effectuated at that table. And there will be a bio break for weary members of the city council and the public as well. All right, the city council will come back to order. What is the verdict?
I just sent this to everyone, so you have it in your inbox. And the peanut gallery should tell me if they think I'm right or not. Develop and implement policies that expand by right residential development, including small-scale multi-unit housing in all residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts, subject to lot size requirements and other standards.
Okay, so just to rewind the clock for one moment, Councilmember Davis made a proposal to change that, and I believe that that motion was seconded already by Councilmember Kelly, I want to say, correct? Okay. And then their question was posed, what was this replacing? We now know, and now Councilmember Kelly. Okay. Would the clerk please take the roll?
I have my hand up.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Burns.
It was a late hand. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of give my own accounting of how we got here. Pull up my notes real quick. So the language that Councilmember Davis just proposed is either identical or very similar to language that I proposed a few meetings ago, which I think was just, which staff just, Allison just went over a moment ago. The reason why I ended up moving away from that language, especially in that particular section, is that I was reminded that our comprehensive plan is used as the standard when the Land Use Commission is evaluating developments or different things that come before them as a body. And my intent was not that every single development that went through land use would have to, meet this particular requirement. And so it didn't seem like an appropriate fit there. I don't even think that's what Councilmember Davis necessarily wants to achieve. And so instead of putting it in the housing section, I put something into implementation that I believe results in the same thing. So if you read the language carefully, what I was trying to get at is before this thing happens that has some unpredictability to it, or certainly could have some unintended consequences, like I want to make sure if something is adopted that it meet all these requirements, right? That it not conflict with the housing plan, that we can show that it's going to, improve housing affordability, et cetera. And so if you recall the language that I proposed that was adopted, I think it was at our last meeting, was before any citywide zoning rewrite or other major zoning reform is drafted for public review, the city shall commission or prepare an independent analysis that uses national and regional research, adapts it to Evanston's conditions, and examines how the proposed zoning changes are likely to affect housing supply and density, population growth, affordability, housing displacement, and fiscal sustainability. So everything and more that I included in that other amendment, right, the one that Councilmember Davis's amendment today, is basically the same, is in here. The assumptions, findings, and projected outcomes must accompany draft proposals when they are submitted to the Land Use Commission and remain part of the public record through council review. City Council should review and debate this analysis in open session before taking final action on any major zoning reform. And so again, we get the proposed zoning. After we get the proposed zoning, it has to go through all these steps, right, for us to better understand it. And all of that information has to be included in the land use discussion. And we have to debate it, right, in a public meeting as a full council before it's adopted. So I felt like it was covered and maybe even more successfully covered in the last amendment I made. However, what I remain hearing in the community is that some people feel like there's going to be this big land grab because of what we adopted in H point, whatever it is, what we're discussing now. And because, I think the idea is that people are going to read it as, oh, it's just going to be this open house that, every plot of land, in every neighborhood across the city is going to be, high density. And so that's why I just supported Councilmember Suffredin's amendment, because I think we already communicated through Councilmember Newsma's motion or amendment that we adopted, which is to develop what it was just read. I think that already communicated or should have communicated to the public that we're going to make sure that whatever we do is appropriate to that particular site, right? So if you reference his language, it says subject to lot size requirements and other standards in residential districts, right? So we're already saying we want to make sure it's appropriate, that the level of density is appropriate for the site. I think Councilmember Suffredin's amendment today, which is why I supported it, covers, okay, we also need to consider, is it appropriate for the neighborhood? And so with those three things, right, the making sure that we're looking into affordability and everything else in implementation, my amendment with making sure that it's appropriate for the site, Newsma's amendment, making sure it's appropriate for the neighborhood, Suffredin's amendment, I think we've done enough here. Thank you, Jared.
All right. Well, Councilmember Davis.
I just wanted to say I agree with a lot of Councilmember Burns' points. I just think that he's right that we have these things in a bunch of different places, but it'd be nice to have it all in one place. And if we mean it, to go ahead and just really be clear about it. So that's why I'm proposing the change. Thank you.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and this change is not accepted. I have nothing else in my inbox on this topic. Are there any further comments or questions? Councilmember Rogers.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to clarify. I'd like to apologize to anyone that I did offend earlier tonight. As a gay man, I do not try to offend anybody in the LGBTQ plus community. I was brought up in a generation, as were many of my friends, where our identities were more than just being gay, lesbian, etc. That is what I was trying to attempt to do in the language. I believe that I failed in that language. And so I would like to propose a difference in the language on item 43 that would list LGBTQ plus persons so that it includes the community, and hopefully that language is not offensive to other persons in the community. And I do apologize again for anybody that I may have offended. That was not my intent.
Seconded. Sentiment in addition to the actual amendment.
Councilmember Rogers moves to, and this is now in item 43, one of the bullets is in the packet, it appears as people who are LGBTQ plus. The council voted unanimously to change it to people who identify as LGBTQ plus, and Councilmember Rogers moves to change it so it reads LGBTQ plus persons.
Correct.
Councilmember Davis seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Heracariz?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the bullet is replaced with LGBTQ plus persons. Are there any further items? Seeing none, Councilmember Kelly.
So I just am responding to the community and to these last couple of weeks with concerns about the schools and a request that we incorporate, that we don't treat the city and the comprehensive plan in a siloed fashion. So I'm wondering if there's, if it would be, what the sentiment is up here about incorporating a broader goals and actions as regards our school districts in our comprehensive plan. I mean, I think we happen to be 3 districts, but we could be in a city where we're 1 district, 1 taxing body. I've heard the community, and I do think we need to work in unison, in concert with our school districts. If we're looking at, increasing our, looking at the situation with our schools, with the status of our schools, and how to support our schools so that we do increase our student population in our public schools. Anyway, I just want to put that out there for a short discussion because I think we've all been hearing this from our community, that they'd like to see us addressing this in our comprehensive plan.
Councilmember Davis.
So I've gotten requests from the community that the city school liaison be involved in the conversation regarding Envision Evanston so that we have like collaboration and coordination between the city and the school with regards to future planning. And I do actually think that should happen. I know that we're a little bit further in the pipeline, but at the same time, it's also the case that I don't think the city school committee has met since we started Envision Evanston discussions on the city council level. So, and I'm not sure if it was ever discussed by that body beforehand. So I guess actually what I'm making a request is that we formally request a input from the city school liaison committee. That is my motion.
So are you moving to refer this to the city school liaison committee?
What does refer mean?
I don't know what it means in that context because I don't know what the legal force of that body is inside of the city government, which is the entity that makes decisions, but typically refer would mean to like send something to a committee so that committee can do stuff with it.
Yeah, I think we're about done, so it wouldn't hurt to get last minute notes from them if they have any.
Councilmember Davis moves to refer the comprehensive plan to the City School Liaison Committee. Let me just ask Alex to weigh in for a second, because again, that's an unusual thing to do, I guess I would say.
Give me a second. I'm going to look up their charter.
Maybe it's like the NU City Committee. I mean, we brought the topic of the comprehensive plan to that committee to get feedback specifically about that, and it was incredibly useful. And I think it's a similar idea is to bring Envision Evanston to get feedback specifically, have a meeting dedicated, just like we did with the NU City Committee, for the City School Liaison Group, which are, who's serving?
So,
Chrissy. And
so I can share a little bit of information, so our meeting has been like on the books for October 30th, I think, since we had our first rules meeting. I think that's just the regular cadence of it. And I know I've talked to City Manager Stowe. We're going to be talking demographics and population growth. And I can't remember what's the other item that we referred to. I think it was school safe, constituent safety is another topic. But I know that, we both saw each other at the SGRP meeting over at Haven. They've been looking at demographics. I'm not sure how old their study is. I think they started that a couple years ago, but I think having that, I think sharing information also based on strategic housing plan and like the housing gaps that we see. I'm not sure if all those board members have taken the time to or know that we have that information, but I think this is like an important start to like being better coordinated with sharing information and strategizing.
Alex?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, best members of City Council, Alex Ruggie, Corporation Council. So I think my only concern with sending it back to the City School Liaison Committee at this point is that we are in the midst of a public hearing here tonight. And so we've heard public testimony. We've taken that into consideration. This is a formalized hearing. We've made amendments because of what the council has heard. So to send it back to a different committee in the midst of a hearing is just procedurally very not recommended at this point. It's just an odd thing to do at this point.
So is there any way to get input from the schools at this point so that we can make sure we're coordinated or collaborating, or we have no options?
I think you can still get input from the schools, but they've also had a lot of opportunity to provide that up to this point.
Yeah, if I could interject there, there's certainly been discussion between the city and the schools throughout, and I think that collaboration between the city and District 65 relative to facilities and buildings and potential school closures and ways that we can be supportive and what city facilities can offer to perhaps improve the situation is super important, and sort of, I would argue, at best adjacent to the comprehensive plan. I would personally rather that the City School Liaison Committee focus on that specifically, rather than have a big discussion about a 20-year plan full of things, most of which are unrelated to the school district. So my own opinion is, I think the spirit of the suggestion is extremely important. I don't think it's best effectuated by sending the whole comprehensive plan to that committee. I think it's best effectuated by making sure there's serious conversations, including at that committee and also on a staff level, about what can we as an institution and the school district as an institution do to partner relative to our capital assets, capital needs, building utilization to get to a place that's as good for the community as possible.
So the other committees and boards that did weigh in, did we explicitly ask them to weigh in? And if so, why did we not ask the city school?
I think we sent a communication to every single committee, including that one, and some chose to take us up on the offer and some did not. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Nusma.
Yeah, I think it's about being proactive and responsive. And I know, like the NU City Committee, we were already in the hearing, we had it, it was very helpful. You know, residents brought up items that I hadn't caught that were in the proposed comprehensive plan. I don't think it's because, well, we put it out there, but you missed it. So I don't think that's the way we should be operating. I think it absolutely, we've just recently had an outpouring of residents wanting the city to get involved. I don't think there's any harm and only good to be had by having this a targeted meeting that is about the comprehensive plan at the, just like we did for the NU City Committee, which was also during the hearing, after we'd had our comprehensive plan hearing. At the next meeting, I think we'll get a lot of helpful input, and it's not so much about the board members as much as putting it out there for the residents so that they know this meeting is focused and centered around the comprehensive plan so that we can hear from residents as regards our schools. And I think that's very important. We'll get a lot of helpful information and probably information that we'll incorporate into our comprehensive plan.
Councilor Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Referring this whole document to the City School Liaison Committee does not make sense to me. District 65 especially has quite a bit of other stuff on their plate, and asking the school board members who sit on that committee to review our comprehensive plan in addition to all the work that's already in front of them, under their purview as District 65 board members, is just not a good use of their time. Having said that, I think there are several items of mutual interest that merit discussion in that setting. Councilmember Herikaris mentioned the demographics and why is the city projecting growth and the schools are projecting decline in enrollment? That's a really good question. I would like to know the answer for that. So let's make sure that's on the agenda for the meeting. It is. Councilmember Herikaris also mentioned the safety implications. We're talking about school, safe routes to school, that kind of thing. And if schools closed, maybe we need to update our sidewalk plan. Another area where I think it merits collaboration on behalf of the community, as both the city and District 65 are contemplating downsizing our asset base, it would make sense to kind of have a conversation to see if there's a way we can collaborate on that. On behalf of the bosses of all of us, which are the voters of Evanston, having those two conversations being siloed is probably not as effective as having a mutual conversation to see if, hey, maybe there's something we could do with the city facility, or maybe with the school facility, or maybe there's something the school could do with the city facility. I'm not suggesting any particular ideas, but we should unsilo those two conversations. So ideas worth talking about at that committee meeting, but sending the whole plan to them doesn't make sense.
Councilor Isles.
Yeah, I agree. They have a lot on their plate right now, and I'm sure we're all getting emails from parents that are worried about school closures that are asking us to do things, and I think the city liaison committee is a good place to do that. I don't think the comprehensive plan is the right thing to send to them. If we want to talk to them about something, we should be talking about the strategic housing plan and the data that we've collected from the strategic housing plan. That's much more pertinent to, which schools are going to close and who's in which area and what sort of growth is expected. The comprehensive plan has the schools woven into it, but it's not a major part of the plan. And we have worked on this plan for a long time. This is what, the 6th or 7th meeting? I am also getting emails from people who are saying it's about time that we act on the plan and that we move forward. So I don't think that that's an appropriate use of everybody's time in that particular committee. They've got plenty of things to keep them busy. I think we should increase the amount of times that we meet. There's a lot of things that committee can talk about. This strategic plan has a huge, it's a huge document with a lot in it that doesn't apply to the schools.
Councilmember Davis.
So I actually think that everything in the comprehensive plan applies to the schools. When we talk about transportation, parents having to take their children to school, and whether or not we have efficient busing and whether or not we have bike lanes that are sufficient enough to protect children so that parents feel safe sending their children to school has a ridiculous impact on transportation in the city. When we talk about parks and playgrounds, those are mostly being used by people between the ages of 0 and 18. And of course, like houses matter too, but I think the only thing that may not matter to some small degree is perhaps the businesses, because children don't usually go to businesses. But I'll even take that back, because if you've been downtown, you'll see that there are more teenagers there than there are adults most of the time. So I still think that every aspect of the comprehensive plan actually weighs very heavily on the children in our community and the way that our community is built and how it applies to whether or not children can, or not, people between the ages of 0 and 18, so minors can navigate matters a lot. When we talk about transit in particular, we talked about it being ADA accessible, but for people who have strollers or for children who, can't easily get up and down stairs, a lot of our train stops are not accessible or child-friendly either. And so I guess my point is that I disagree. I think the whole comprehensive plan, actually, there's a lot of things that students and young people in the schools might want to weigh in on. One of the questions I have is that for the city council members who were previously on the city school liaison committee, why wasn't this, do you know why this was not added to the agenda previously? Did you consciously make that decision? So you saw the email, it soliciting your input, and it just didn't make it on the agenda?
I was one of the 3 council members previously on this committee during our last term, along with, who else was it? I think it was Councilmember Burns and nobody else here. So yeah, I'll just fill in a little color commentary on the school, city, it was Claire? The city school liaison committee is typically not a policy debating body. That committee typically talks about things like vacation schedule, crossing guard coverage, construction impacts. We've talked about database sharing between the district and the city's Health and Human Services Department. Summer safety. It has been, at least in my 4 years of experience on the committee, just an information exchange, not a policy debating thing. We did get into the HBO policy when that was being developed, because that came up, and we had a meeting fortuitously scheduled at that time. Yeah, but it was really just more information sharing. We're not asking for their help developing our policies. They're not asking for our help figuring out what schools to close. So that's just some context for this meeting. It's not. It's significantly, substantially, qualitatively different than AP&W or P&D. It's information sharing between 3 entities.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So I agree with everything that Councilmember Davis said. I think clearly we need a venue, and that is the appropriate venue for this discussion and for resident input regarding our comprehensive plan and almost every single aspect that does somehow touch our schools. again, I think we need to move beyond being so siloed anyway as taxing bodies, and I think it's really important. I don't think we should create a new venue. We have this committee already formed. I think a meeting should be scheduled to discuss all those items. Just because it's unusual doesn't make it wrong to do it. So I think we really should proceed in response to residents. I think we've all heard from them, and I think we owe it to them. We aren't in a hearing at this moment. What is it, 90 days from the moment that we, right, but it's 90 days. We have, how many more days, like, before we legally have to complete this? Like another couple months? Right, but, okay, so I know we had to have, within 90 days, we had hearing, and then the clock starts again, right? So there's time to do this legally. So I think we should absolutely solicit information. I think, as Councilmember Davis said, it's about so much. It's about transportation, housing, parks. But we don't know. Like, let's let residents, we do know that residents want us to address this. I think it's also about fiscal checks and balances among our three taxing bodies. I think that's one of the top things that they'd like to hear us coming together on, and figuring out how we can incorporate something along those lines as well in our comprehensive plan. But I think we need to hear from the residents on this. And I think that is the committee that's already set up, so it makes sense that it would be through the City School Liaison Committee.
Councilmember Isles.
I agree. All those things affect people that have children in schools. They affect residents of all ages, and residents have had the opportunity in multiple different ways over the course of many months at this point to weigh in on all of those issues that you listed. I don't know why a liaison committee that's got 3 members of the District 65 board has got something significant to offer at this point about the comprehensive plan. I don't see how that would be the focus and a good use of their time at this point. There's definitely a lot to talk about. I'd like to see that committee meet more often and discuss some of these shared issues. But the idea that 3 members of District 65 board and 3 members of District 202 boards are going to offer significant information that's not already contained after months of community engagement in which families of District 65 and retired residents and families with children in private schools and families with children at District 202 and renters and people in their 20s, they've all had a chance to weigh in at this point. We are at the finish line for this comprehensive plan. And sending it to the District 65 liaison committee does not make any sense to me at all.
I think we're in the place where people are just kind of repeating their arguments. I'm going to go to Councilmember Davis and then Kelly, and then we're going to end.
On the draft for the Envision Evanston on page, what is this, 135, there's a list of BCCs that presentations were given to. So we have on here the Land Use Commission, of course, but then we have the Environment Board, we have the Arts Council, the Parks and Rec Board, and the ADA Advisory Committee. I think it's strange that the D65 committee is not included on this list. And I think to add to that, it looks like a pop-up session was at ETHS, but again, ETHS represents District 202. So we actually have no outreach that I can see, really, for D65 in particular. And if you don't think that the correct move, okay, well, first I'll say, are you saying that it would not have been proper for us to have engaged D65 directly beforehand? Because I'm sure that we think that we should have done so formally beforehand. And if we think we should have done so formally beforehand and we didn't, I'm not sure why
Hold
we
on,
would
point of
let that.
information. We absolutely did.
How did we do so?
There were numerous discussions between a variety of different city officials and District 65 personnel throughout this process.
So when we decided to, are we saying that for the BCCs that we gave presentations at, it was offered to, again, I guess maybe this is going back before, so you're saying that it was offered to the D65 School Liaison Committee and they just declined? to receive a presentation.
My understanding is that it was offered to every single BCC, and some took staff up on the offer and some did not. Is that correct?
Yes, although I don't think that as the City School Liaison Committee doesn't have a chair because it doesn't vote on things. It is primarily an information sharing entity. And so there's no like one, there's not like a BCC like liaison necessarily to that. Like it's just not treated the same way as any other BCC. And so what usually happens is that people who are on that committee choose to put things on the agenda, and nobody chose to put that on the agenda.
Okay, I'd like, I want to remind that I have a motion on the table that has been seconded. So whenever we're done discussing, we can vote.
I don't think there is a motion.
Yeah, my motion was to refer it to the in-use city committee. Although Alex did say that it would be unusual, she did not say it was illegal, right? Yeah.
And was there a second?
Yes, there was. Councilmember Kelly seconded.
Okay. Is that true, Councilmember Kelly? Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Rogers?
I just want to add a little clarification here. Part of when we were going through this process with staff, and this is Land Use Commission, when I say we, the idea was that each of the chapters has some form of committee that oversees it. We have a committee, Housing and Community Development as one. We have somebody who oversees economic development. And so we focused in on getting solicitation and input from those committees who had chapters within the Comprehensive General Plan, and that was our main focus. I don't know if every commission and committee and board was offered that opportunity, but that's who we were most interested in hearing from. We invited a number of them to come and present to land use because of the fact that there were chapters specifically regarding their information. So that's kind of why those groups were chosen and perhaps weighed in a little more than some of the other boards and committees and commissions.
Councilmember Kelly.
So again, I think the point is about offering a focused discussion for residents. I know, again, I'm going to refer to the NU City Committee. When that was offered, everyone who lived within those parameters that are covered by the NU City Committee suddenly thought about those areas and brought those to us, which they hadn't before because they were, if they were involved at all with the Envision Evanston, there were so many things to be pondering. So they pondered specifically on those items, and I think that's exactly what we want at this focused, targeted meeting. It's not about, and Shauna, it's not like what we expect from those elected members and the city, the officials from the schools. It's what we want to hear from the residents. And what that gives the residents is a venue where they're heard by those elected officials and who are sitting up there, so that you all who sit there can then report back what you heard from residents. That's what it's about, not expecting you all who sit up there to read through the comprehensive plan. So I think it's really important that we do offer that venue again, so you can bring back to us the input that you get. We're in a crisis right now, and we have to respond to residents. We can't just try and figure out a way out of this. We need to respond. And this is a committee that's already set up. So I hope we'll all agree to respond to our residents who are very concerned about the situation right now. And I think it's high time we stop siloing ourselves so much, these three taxing bodies. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
So I think the tough thing here is that we are a community that has, I think, failed on multiple levels, City Council included, on not planning for the future very well. And so we're at the end of a process where we are planning for 20 years in the future. We have our comprehensive plan. I think we should have been talking about this stuff with 202 and D65 10 years ago. I mean, the fact that we are this under-enrolled did not happen in the last 2 years. And so, I think talking future planning, this is going to, like, nothing that's, I don't think we're going to give something, we're going to hand the comprehensive plan over to school board members, and they're not going to find the magic thing that fixes that problem. And that's unfortunate. I think we should have, I would have loved to have had feedback from them early on in the process. But I don't even know all the problems they're working on at the school districts. I think I don't know about you, but I have 3 elementary schools that are either adjacent or right in the 9th ward, and I'm hearing from a lot of residents, and I'm talking to them. I'm not sure if having a different, I've told people we have a meeting on the 30th, please come. I don't really know what difference it makes to say that we're talking about the comprehensive plan there. I'm telling them we're talking about demographics, which is the big, I think, central thing into why we're in this mess. And so part of the problem for me, and the reason why I've been trying to push hard on housing, is that we have some parts of our community that have a healthy population of school kids and are not under-enrolled, and there's other parts that don't have kids. And so how do we create housing that, I don't think we should focus just on young families, but that's a big part of it. So I don't see having a special meeting and pulling this back to a committee that doesn't have decision-making power makes any sense. But this is something that we should be planning and talking more going forward.
All right, would the clerk please take the roll on the motion?
Councilmember Harris?
Can you please restate the motion? We've been doing this.
Sorry, the motion is to the motion is to refer the entire comprehensive plan to the city school liaison committee.
If I can make a quick comment there.
Councilmember Burns.
I'm someone that believes before we start working on the zoning, that we should finish our strategic housing plan. We have not finished the strategic housing plan. So, and Manager Stowe, when is the next city liaison committee meeting again?
October 30th.
Okay, so they will have a meeting. Maybe they will certainly have one meeting before the strategic housing plan is adopted, and they should discuss this issue. And talking to, and we don't have to refer it there for them to discuss it. Who's up for organizing that meeting? Is it on us or is it on one of the districts?
If I can interject, Councilmember, I think everyone agrees. Certainly, I believe strongly, and I know that the council members on the committee agree, that they must discuss demographic projections at that meeting. And I have also asked that they initiate a serious conversation about how we can partner with the school district when it comes to things like sharing assets and facilitating the best possible outcome for the community in terms of this awful school closure process. So the question is not, are they going to talk about this stuff at the meeting? The question is, should the entire comprehensive plan be referred to them for that meeting?
I know, and I don't think it's necessary. I think all of this is now has always been public record. I think it does not hurt for us to make sure that their board and district leadership in general have a copy of the Envision plan, the comp plan, by that meeting. And if they want to provide comments on, certain areas that fall outside of demographics, they should be able to do that. My point is that there's enough time before the strategic housing plan is adopted for the district to weigh in. So whether it's referred to them officially or not does not mean they can't weigh in. We already have a meeting. this, to a certain extent, is going to be on the agenda. Let's make sure they have all the materials. If any of the committee members want to weigh in on this, they can. And to an earlier point, I think we need to, what I will say is, I don't think we've been as effective with these meetings. I really do think that there's a lot more items that we should discuss way in advance of them, way in advance, earlier on in the process of developing different policy things. I think it should get on the agenda, and we need to collectively, the city and the school district, do a better job at that. But we're not out of time. We still have an opportunity for them to weigh in on all aspects of this plan if they choose to, and they may not. And for the community as well. It's a public meeting. The community can also join in, especially if they've been following along, and they can provide, public comment at the meeting. And there's still time to do this. And that's all, Chair. Thank you.
All right, we are going to go with Councilmember Kelly and Hedekadis, and then we are done, and we will vote at that time.
So I just want to reiterate, this is about community feedback on a focused topic that's a crisis right now and very important. It's not about asking every member to read the entire comprehensive plan or to weigh in on the entire comprehensive plan. So,
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Councilmember Burns, I will definitely, I think we should add the strategic housing plan on the agenda as part of the demographic discussion. And I think if we can include that, City Manager Stowe, if you can include that in the packet and make sure that everyone has the materials. Again, we can't make people do their homework necessarily. I hope everyone does their homework before meetings, but I think that's an important part of what we're trying to do moving forward.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma? Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Hedekadis?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
aye.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails and the item is not referred. And with that, I declare the public hearing on the comprehensive plan closed. The staff will begin collating all of the votes that have taken place, working with the graphic design team to produce a final version of the comprehensive plan. That will not be ready, obviously, a week from today. So the earliest that it might appear on a city council agenda is November 10th. Obviously, between now, it's a little ambitious. I'm just saying the earliest. I don't want anyone to tell me later that it came earlier than I said. One of the things that will happen between now and when it comes is that meeting of the City School Liaison Committee, where we may get further input, and we'll take that into account as appropriate. And I want to just thank all the members of the council and the staff and community for providing a ton of effort and time and input throughout what has been a very methodical process. Councilmember Rogers?
I would like to ask that we be given 2 weeks' time to review the final document. So I want to officially make that a motion so that we are given a full 2 weeks' time to review the document, to make sure all the changes have been made, the correct language has been included, that nothing has been missed.
I'm going to render this. Tell me if I'm taking too much poetic license. Councilmember Rogers moves to create a special order of business on the first regular city council meeting, not less than 2 weeks after council has been sent a draft comprehensive plan by staff that staff believes to be final. That special order of business will include the option to accept and place on file that comprehensive plan.
I am fine with that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
And can you just explain why this is a special order of business? Because I know it's, it went through the Land Use Commission and.
Well, because there was a natural way for him to make a motion to put something on the agenda. That's what the rules provide. for a city council member can create a special order of business by motion at an open meeting?
Is that, did you want it to be a special order of business, Councilmember Rogers?
I don't think it really matters a lot. I mean, this doesn't go through P&D. It's already sitting at council.
Right, but I mean, normally our rules say that a special order of business can't be something that's gone through committees, gone through standing committees, and it has, so I don't think it's supposed to be a special order of business at this point.
It absolutely can be a special order of business, but if that is, the motion was made. Is there the motion was seconded. Let's take a vote on the motion. If it fails, we'll find another way to get it on
Well,
the
I would
agenda.
like to amend it just to say, to remove special order of business and just say at our next, 2 weeks before it's brought back to us at city council.
I don't know that our rules provide for council to, by a vote, create an agenda item that's not a special order of business.
That's why it's there.
The rules explicitly say, hey, council can, by a vote in a public meeting, create a special order of business. Here's how they get stuff on the agenda.
But this is already on our docket. I mean, this isn't, it's not like we're bringing something new to the council. This is a
I
continuation.
don't really think it, I mean,
We'll be taking-
as Councilmember Rogers indicated, I mean, it's been through the Land Use Commission.
Right.
It's not been to P&D. Ms. Ruggie.
I just want to point out that it's a special order of business here tonight, so it makes sense that it would continue that.
Let's take a vote. The motion was made and seconded, and let's take a vote on the motion. If the motion fails, we'll find a different way to address this. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to create a special order of business not less than 2 weeks after staff makes a draft that staff believes to be final available to the council, and it'll also be made public as well, of course.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakadi?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. Allison?
I just want to say that next it's going to go to a copy editor, and we are going to do everything we can to make sure that all of the tinkering, because you guys did a lot of language tinkering, and so did BCCs, and so did the Land Use Commission. We're going to do our best to maintain all of that. Somebody will be fixing the grammar and like putting it all in one voice and all of those things. I want to give you a heads up on that. And then the second thing is I want to give you a heads up that in our current national situation, the census website is not working at all. That might impede some of the data that we've promised. We are doing our best to do some workarounds, but if you go to pull something up, the table just never loads. If you go to hit download, like nothing happens. So hopefully that either gets resolved or we find enough workarounds, but I wanted to give you all a heads up that that's a roadblock we've come into. And so we are very grateful for all of the work that you've put into this and excited to show you a final document.
This brings us to call of the wards. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Tomorrow we will have second ward meeting at 7 p.m. at Robert Crown or hybrid, and we'll be doing putting assets to work, and also the Evanston Library will be visiting us. That's it.
Councilmember Isles.
I've moved my office hours, and they're going to be permanently on the third Wednesday of the month from now on, since we often have special meetings on the third Monday of the month. So I'll be at Hoosier Mama's from 6 to 8 on Wednesday.
Councilmember Newsma.
No report.
Councilmember Burns.
No report.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Putting assets to work meeting Wednesday night.
Councilmember Davis.
Joint budget meeting in 2 weeks. That's it.
Councilmember Rogers.
There will be a joint ward meeting for the budget on October 29th at the Creative Center at 6 o'clock. That will be 3, 8, and 9.
Councilmember Hadakadis.
What Councilmember Rogers said, please come to the budget meeting on the 29th, and also school city liaison committee is at 5:30 on the 30th, that Thursday, and it will be here in council chambers.
Councilmember Kelly.
A joint budget meeting in 2 weeks and a joint putting assets to work meeting in 3 weeks. And I'll send out a notice as to the time with the Zoom links.
Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statutes 120/2, I move that the City Council convene into executive session to discuss agenda items regarding litigation. These agenda items are permitted subjects to be considered in executive session and are enumerated exceptions under the Open Meetings Act as set forth in 5 ILCS 120/2C11.
Councilmember Newsom moves that the City Council resolve itself into executive session to begin immediately. Councilmember Harris seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles? Aye. Councilmember Newsma? Aye. Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And at 11:25 p.m., the City Council moves into executive session to begin immediately in the council library.